Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Face the Change in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1. Surely the path was the same. The trees, the stones, the packed dirt of the road, they couldn't have changed that much, nor the tall green panes of the western gate and its painted hiragana. They had to be the same. And yet to Sakura's eyes they felt strange and anew, as if she was seeing them for first time. Excitement and anticipation were rising in her chest as they closed the distance to Konoha's walls, as the road grew wider and busier around them. The red torii flanking the gates peeked out through the trees, and then she could make out the buildings past the entrance, already trying to assess whether some were new or renovated. She wondered if there was something or someone in the village more changed than herself. At her side, Jiraiya was rambling happily about all that he would do once they were through with their report and various duties and he was free to wander Konoha's streets and bars. Sakura tuned him out with practiced ease. She had learned to ignore most of his talking, for both their sake. She was grateful for all he had taught her, for the strength and experience she had gained under his tutelage, but she couldn't deny she would welcome getting rid of him for a while. Although she didn't think she would so easily lose the habit of stirring him clear from any woman within a 5 miles radius. But despite his many flaws, Jiraiya had turned out to be a great teacher, far better than she had thought he would be, once he had recognized in her a worthy successor. He didn't think she had it in her. When they left, truth be told, she didn't either. They had both been proven wrong, and she felt no small amount of pride at the fact. Haruno Sakura had made a name for herself in the shinobi world. As eager as she was to display it though, to show off the results of those 2 years on the road with the obnoxious Sunin, what she was looking forward to the most, above all else, was simply seeing her friends again. She had written as often as she could, not as often as she would have wanted, and had received very little news, seeing as they were constantly on the move, and that Jiraiya insisted his Toad network was for important spy business only. She knew for a fact he also used it to send the chapters of his trashy romance novels to his editor, but what could she do? The Toads still favored him. For now. So she didn't know what happened while she was gone, and she was impatient to hear it all, and to tell in return all she had done and seen. But there was this little core of apprehension too, lodged square in her throat, that prevented her from walking faster and hurrying their long-awaited return. Because maybe they weren't awaited at all. Jiraiya had sent words to the Hokage that they were on their way back 2 weeks ago, because they were supposed to leave Tea Country and go straight to Konoha then. But an incident involving a marriage celebration, a lot of alcohol and an idiotic old man with whom she had no association with whatsoever mistaking a red kimono for a napkin had delayed their departure for several days. They were late. And that was assuming that the Hokage had relayed the words at all. Maybe she hadn't, because no one would care. A lot could change in 2 years. She stopped one step shy away from the stone slab paving the way to her home. 2 years and some, since she had crossed the threshold, and she wasn't too proud to say that she hadn't spared that much thought to the village during that time. To her defense, she had a million other things to worry about, between her training, the managing of their day-to-day life, and the hassle of looking after a man with the mentality of a 14-year-old rascal. She had allowed herself little time to miss her friends, her family, and her home, had endeavored to quench down the longing and the homesickness seizing her at times. It was all catching up to her now. She had missed it all dearly. Come on, you're not going to cry, are you? A good thing she could always count on Jiraiya to obliterate any foray into emotional territory. Now I'm certainly not, she shot back, exasperated. He was allergic to feelings of all sort. That was the reason why she would never read any of his books. Well, it was one of the reasons. His callousness worked though, in a roundabout way. She wouldn't go as far as to credit him for it, but he had effectively pulled her out of her melancholia. She crossed the gates. Home, at last. Sakura. Finally. Kiba jumped over the desk of the gate outpost to run to her, Akamaru in tow. At least she assumed it was Akamaru, even if he was thrice the size she had last seen him. Behind him, Shino rounded the desk and followed at a much more sedate pace. Kiba clasped a hand on her shoulder, shaking her a little, looking unutterly pleased. She wouldn't even have been surprised if he'd forgotten her entirely, and yet here he was, greeting her with great enthusiasm, as boisterous as always. She couldn't contain her smile. Ino is going to be so happy. She's been bitching around all week, complaining to everyone who cared to listen that you were doing it on purpose just to mess with her. She worried, Shino interjected. Keeble laughed. Ah, yeah, probably. Though she would never say it, of course. Oh, that reminds me. Akamaru. The dog barked happily and took off through the streets, expertly slaloming between the worried passers-by. She knew we were stuck on gate duty this week. She asked me to warn her if I saw you, he explained with a wink. It wouldn't do to cry so soon, so she did her best to fight it. We're still on duty, Shino remarked pointedly, earning a dramatic sigh from his friend. Yeah. We'll catch up later, Sakura. It's good to see you. You too, she said dumbly, a little mystified, as the boys went back to their post. To be guarding the gates, they had both made Chunin then. She would need to get on with it too. She turned to Jiraiya to ask to be dismissed, but he was already walking away without a care in the world. She decided not to care either, though she would have to find him again later. She had nicer things to focus on. Sakura didn't hear nor see her arrive as much as she felt her presence close the distance quickly, radiating excitement. She didn't move though. Ino barreled into her with the full force of her joy. But Sakura could wield a very big sword now. She didn't budge. Don't start showing off already. Ino complained, though the effect was quite dampened by her radiant smile. She wasted no time wrapping Sakura in a strong embrace, and there was nothing else to do but respond in kind, holding tight. Ino broke it off quickly though, both hands on Sakura's shoulder to keep some distance between them and assess her, eyes sharp. What? Sakura asked, unsure of what to make of Ino's now hard expression. How dare you? What? How dare you get taller than me? Ino's tone was so serious, so heavy that for a moment Sakura didn't register she was totally being played. She laughed, free and unrestrained, joy sparkling like bubbles in her chest and on her cheeks as Ino did a very bad job of trying to look stern. I can't believe you would do this to me, she said dramatically, making Sakura laugh even harder. I missed you so much, Ino, she said through her smile, sobering up when she realized how earnest she sounded. Ino smiled, soft and knowing. She took Sakura's wrist and squeezed, grounding. Welcome home, cherry pie. And then came the tears. Ino insisted to accompany her to the Godame, claiming she had nothing better to do, and was immediately refuted by the woman asking her why the hell she wasn't working on those decoding as soon as they stepped into her office. I finished this morning, the transcription team just needs to get a move on, Ino declared with no small amount of satisfaction. The Godame rolled her eyes, but she was smiling too, so Ino wasn't in too much trouble. Though it begged the question. You're working for the intelligence department. Sakura whispered on the side. Code breaker, among other things. I'll tell you later. Right. Because Sakura was standing in front of the Godame with her master, and she was supposed to participate in their reporting. Jiraiya had sent regular updates of their findings of course, but he still gave a thorough recollection of the information they had gathered, essentially on the Akatsuki. Their main focus, for the man to whom Naruto had most likely gone to, Orochimaru, and his business were the affair of Anko's team, to Sakura's frustration. They had crossed paths a few times, they were due back in Konoha a few weeks ago but had ran into delay too, something more dignified than her own misadventures she was sure, so she didn't know if they were back yet. The Hokage dismissed her quickly, both because she wanted to speak with Jiraiya alone, and also out of mercy, Sakura suspected, by the way she assured that Ino could catch her up on the rest and that they could both leave. Can I just ask? Naruto. Sakura felt small under the woman's wistful gaze. Ino will tell you too. Now get out of here. Unpack your bags, go greet your friends. We will talk later. They didn't need to be told twice. She didn't need to unpack though, and if she was being honest there was only one thing she wanted to do, before anything else. Where to then? Ino asked casually, sounding like she already knew the answer. She most likely did. Sakura still hesitated. I would like to see Sasuke. Ino smiled warmly. Of course you would. Let's go to the hospital. It's the best bet with him these days. Ino offered to make a detour by her house so that she could at least put down her bag, but Sakura refused, giving a feeble excuse about it being in the opposite direction. She knew that if she went home, her parents wouldn't let her back out for hours. She felt bad for them being so low on the list of people she wanted to see, but they didn't need to know. She would go home soon enough. "Tell me what happened," she asked as they started strolling through the busy streets. "What are the news?" She tried not to get too distracted by all the little changes she noticed, some freshly painted buildings, extra houses squeezed along the streets, new shops, and new owners. Both familiar and foreign. She discreetly catalogued the changes in her friend too. Sakura's body was almost as angular and sharp as when she was a child, but Ino's was much rounder, softer. Her hair seemed longer too, but they were gathered in a thick, loose braid on the side of her head, so it was hard to tell. She was beautiful. "Well, I made Chunin for a start, last year in Suna. We all did. It has to do with my position in intelligence, actually." "How so?" "I did some good snooping. Sasuke put me up to it because Naruto got close to that boy, you know? Anyway, I was the one to figure out he was missing." Sakura gaped at her. Ino chuckled. "That was you." They had heard about it much later, when passing through Suna. Turned out Suna wasn't any better than Konoha at keeping their asset on the line. But they were just as good as hiding it. They had no idea either, about Naruto. It caused a bit of an incident, not gonna lie. Suna had been pretty unwelcoming to Jiraiya and his disciple, as they seemed to hold Konoha responsible for Gaara's disappearance for some reason. The fact that Jiraiya was there specifically to discuss the Akatsuki and their hunt for the tailed beasts had not contributed to put anyone in a good mood. "Do you know about Naruto, and that boy too?" Sasuke explained, "The gist of it anyway. I tried to do some digging, but information is scarce, you can imagine." It was so relieving, the bitterness in Ino's voice, how she talked about it with distaste and disdain. That she knew, and that she agreed that it wasn't right, that she shared Sasuke and Sakura's indignation. Were they all in this then? Tsunade-sama was pissed, but she was also impressed. "She recommended me for the department, there was nothing they could say against it this time. I think it was also a way to stick it to the Kaze cage. He was enraged, he wanted me to be punished, but she wouldn't have it." It was so strange, how she talked about the Godame, about politics they used to be as uninvolved in as was possible. She could only imagine how much pushing around Ino had done to get into all this so young, but the girl was an unstoppable force when she set her mind to something, and she had the skills to back it up. "Do you think that Naruto? I should have known that's the only thing you'd care about," Ino chided, though her tone remained light. "We don't know for sure, but it would make sense, right? That boy, Gaara, he vanished from Suna like 3 months after Naruto left. They had no way to be sure, but she found it oddly comforting, to think that he had done exactly what he had set out to do. Where was he now, she wondered, with who? What was he doing? Was he alright? She longed to know. She thought about finding Uchiha Izumi, to grill her for answers, but then figured that if the girl was back in the village Sasuke would have surely beaten her to it. She couldn't wait to see him. "We should have dinner tonight," Ino suggested. "I'll bully Shikamaru into cooking something, he always complains but he loves it actually, and he's gotten pretty good too. He's the only reason Sasuke has not starved to death yet really." "What?" Sakura had a feeling she was going to say that a lot. "Oh shit, that's right, you don't know that either. You missed so much drama around here, you have no idea." "Yeah, it's a long story, I'll leave it to Sasuke, but it ended with them rooming together. They share a flat near the hospital. And believe it or not, it worked out pretty well. It was, she couldn't imagine it. First of all, it meant Sasuke had moved out of the Uchiha district, which couldn't have happened for a trivial reason. She wasn't aware of the two boys being particularly close, but then again, it could have been out of convenience before anything else. And they had had time to become friends, hadn't they? I always thought Shikamaru would be the type to live at his parents' until he was like 30. I know, right? I'm sure that was his plan too. But he had a fallout with his father. That's been kind of a theme. I'm sure they bonded over that. She would have hoped Sasuke had moved out for a different reason, but it made sense. What else but conflict with his father could have driven him away from his family home? She had so many questions. I should spend some time with my parents tonight. Tomorrow. It's a date. She liked the sound of that. They finally made it to the hospital. The first thing she noticed was the extension, an entire new wing on the north side, spotless and shiny like only recent constructions were. The hospital looked busier too. They've been working hard to upgrade this place, Ino commented as she led them through the corridors with an ease claiming familiarity. It takes in people from the neighboring villages and farms now, they can treat chronic illnesses and pain, all sort of stuff like. You know what, I don't actually know, but I'm sure Sasuke will be happy to nerd out about it to you. And as if on cue, they rounded a corner to reach an open consultation room and here Sasuke was, a mask around his neck and taking off disposable gloves while scolding a Chunin she recognized as Yamanaka Ichinashuk, who had a fresh bandage around his arm and his friend Namayoshi Ryoma hovering guiltily next to him. Next time please refrain from taking out the kunao yourself. And for Sage's sake if you do, don't put it back again. Ryoma at least looked a little sheepish. His friend just sighed. Sasuke hadn't seen her yet, but then he turned around to grab something on a nearby shelf and he froze entirely. She did too. She was rooted to the spot. She didn't know if she ought to move forward or wait for him to come to her, if she could call his name or if that would be ill-advised in the hospital. If he was too busy and she needed to come back later. It stretched to an extremely awkward amount of time before he snapped out of it. Sukui, can I take a break? I'll send Itaka to help if you need. Don't worry, I'm good, a young woman answered from the other side of the room, giving him a thumb up. Sakura spared a quick thought at the information that Itaka worked around here too, apparently, but it was soon out of her mind as she followed her friend's every move. He ditched his gown and mask and made his way across the room. Sakura didn't move a muscle. He stopped a respectable distance away. They stared at each other. Well, I see you have it handled. I'll leave you to it, I need to go make fun of my cousin. Ino, the traitor, was out of there in seconds. Let's. He motioned vaguely to the corridor behind her and she followed him out of the room, back into the maze of the hospital. She thought he was leading them outside, but they ended up in an empty office she thought was the Hokage's. He closed the door behind them. They stared some more. He was taller, but apart from that, he hadn't changed much. The only noticeable difference was a striking one though, square in the middle of his forehead, there was a small seal in the shape of a purple gem, much like the one sported by the Go Dame. It's good to see you, he managed to get out. You too. She didn't understand what was happening. She had missed him so much, had thought so many times about going back just to see how he was doing, to talk to him and hear his voice. Was she alone in this? Maybe he didn't want to see her. Maybe he was still bitter about how she had reacted, back then when Naruto left, how she had blamed him even though she knew he was the least at fault in all this. Maybe she should have written more, tell him she was sorry, tell him she believed in him and the changes he would work to bring. Maybe it was too late. It is. It's really. He didn't look annoyed or embarrassed. It occurred to her then that this was Sasuke. And Sasuke was just, plain overwhelmed. She let out a wet chuckle and took the reins because he surely wasn't going to. She wrapped her arms around his neck, touched their foreheads together. His hand came to rest on her waist and he looked so stunned still, so out of his depth, she had to laugh again. She drew them closer to hug him properly. He was taller, but not by much. He was trembling a little. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure. Don't be an idiot. I'm so happy to see you, Sasuke. He sunk against her and they held on tight, finally closing the distance after 2 years apart. She was crying again, it was inevitable. She believed he wouldn't mind. They had to look a little ridiculous, clutching each other like this in the middle of an empty office, half laughing half crying. They managed to let go after a while, though they didn't go far. Sakura wiped her face, unable to keep from chuckling, lightheaded from the sheer relief and joy she felt of being home at last, by her friend's side. My shift is still a few hours, he said, piecing back his composure despite his reddened eyes and blotchy face. I can come to find you after if you want. We can talk. He seemed mildly distressed by the idea. She chuckled. I'll be at home. Don't be too long rescuing me. That earned her a little smile and a lighter heart. He walked her back to the entrance of the hospital and she had a feeling he would have come with her right away if he could. But Sasuke wasn't one to ditch his duties, especially this one, she could imagine. She made her way to her parents' house. It was unchanged, safe from the plants in the front garden, lush and blooming. Her father had taken good care of it. She stood for a long while at the doorstep of her home, paralyzed by an unknown reluctance. It felt insurmountable to just put her hand on the door handle, to cross the threshold. In the end, her mother took care of it for her. She opened the door wide and almost crashed into her daughter on her way out. "Wa Sakura. Hey Mom. Huh, I'm back." Her mother was immediately in tears. Oh my. You've grown. And you're. My little girl, you're so different." Her voice was strangled by emotion and Sakura chose not to hear anything negative in the exclamation. She didn't want to fight with them, and she was different. It wasn't all that much of a physical change, but she assumed her mother could see that kind of thing. She hugged Sakura tight before ushering her inside, calling after her husband with great cheers. "Sakura." Again, she was unsure of how it was going to go, and again she didn't get what she bargained for at all. Her father hugged her even tighter, if possible, smiling widely with shining eyes. They had missed her, she realized, a lot more than she had missed them. "How are you? You have so much to tell us." So she set out to do just that, bearing through their questions and the 2 liters of tea her mother insisted she drank. She schemed over most of her time away though, both because it wasn't that interesting, and because 2 years apart had not made talking to them any easier. She abused the excuse of confidentiality, as if their work had been so secretive. As if any work done by Jiraiya could be anything but a loud mess, it was a wonder how he could even do any spying. Oh, she was familiar with his style now, he did get good results, it's just that his methods were unconventional to say the least, and not always very dignified. She didn't see herself telling her parents that though. She felt weirdly protective of those times and of the judgment they would cast upon it. She was grateful for Sasuke knocking at her door. "I won't be home late," she promised on the doorstep, battling the guilt her parents' saddened face stirred in her. "We'll have plenty of time to catch up. I'm not going anywhere." Yet, she added for herself. They didn't protest, hopefully they would observe a grace period before resuming their quiet disapproval act around her. "Maybe I should get my own place too," she pondered aloud as they left the house. "It's not that great," Sasuke answered with a pout. "Really? Ino told me it was going fine. I guess it could be worse." She waited for him to elaborate, but it didn't look like he would. "What happened?" she pried gently, to get a feel of how sensitive the topic was. He grimaced. "I had a fallout. With my father. About 6 months ago. It was bad. Bad," he said, when it had resulted in him moving out of his house, despite being from a clan where they spent their entire life all piled up in the same streets and built their lives in the family house more often than not. Bad probably didn't begin to cover it. "Will you tell me?" He bit his lips, looking pained. "Later." She nodded, agreeing to drop it for now. She had a feeling it would put quite the damper on any mood, and she was on board with trying to keep the evening joyful. They could lament later, she decided. "I can't believe you live with Shikamaru of all people." It was a question of timing mostly, though he moved out of spite, sort of. His father told him if he wanted to keep living under their roof, he would have to start taking his future as a member of their clan and the shinobi force seriously. And, well, he doesn't like being told what to do. She wouldn't have pegged Shikamaru as the rebellious type, but then again he always had this weird dedication to his claimed lack of ambition. She wondered how much of it was a reaction to everything he had been told he could do, if only he applied himself, if only he used the great gift he had been given, if only he cared to. He didn't. She suspected he didn't want to care, wanted to less and less the more he was told. Maybe he would change his mind one day, but that would be when he decided to, not before. I clean and he takes care of the food. It's such a hassle. I don't know. He stumbled on his words, face turning somber. The sun was setting and the residential streets they were crossing were dimly lit. She could hardly make out his expression, let alone the emotions hidden in his lightless eyes. I don't know how Naruto did it. They were 10 when Naruto had been sent to live with Shisui. Up until then he had been on his own, something they never questioned at the time. It was just how things were. It made no sense though. No wonder he would. In retrospect it made such terrible sense. Sasuke looked sour now, and she knew he blamed himself for this, for never bringing it up before, for how blind they had been to Naruto's life and its many daily, mundane struggles. She had made peace with the fact that there was nothing they could have done, nothing that would have kept him by their side. His fate was sealed long before they had come into his life, from the start maybe. That didn't mean she had given up on looking for him, far from it, but she wasn't angry at him anymore. Sasuke was different. He was closer to Naruto, closer maybe than he would admit, and he had a greater influence on his life. He still believed that he was at fault somehow, that had he done something different, sooner, had he said, if only, that it could have ended differently. It wasn't the first time, was quite common even, for him to manage to take the blame somehow. Harsh words thrown Naruto's way during their academy years. Had I said something right after their disastrous mission in Wave Country, had I been stronger? After the Chunin exam when Naruto withdrew for good, had I been better? When he had eventually left, had I been enough? She had scolded him once, exasperated, that it was awfully pretentious of him to think he was good enough to be responsible for everything. She'd seen on his face that he did consider himself to be that good actually. There was no changing it. And so he blamed himself. She had added to that burden too, when she still believed it could be salvaged, that Naruto could be made to endure by their sides. She couldn't imagine what it would have been like, had they dragged him back to the village back then. It was best not to dwell on it, she thought. No news, she asked, because it was better to look forward, to keep going. She had chased many leads about him and his kind, with Jiraiya. Jinchuriki, he had explained, with great reluctance, having grown tired of her stubborn insistence and incessant questions. She had not talked to him for a week after that conversation. Anko and her team came back a few days ago. Izumi wouldn't tell me much but they did learn some things. Really? What did they say? Do they know where he is? She knew it was a stupid question as soon as she asked. If they knew where he was, they would already be on their way. In fact, it was probably better they didn't. She didn't know where they stood now, the village, the senior shinobi, the Hokage. Naruto did go to Orochimaru. Ino did some digging. You know he's the third Chunin, right? He was on the same team as Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama. I know. Jiraiya told me about him. Another discussion that was like pulling a tooth. Sometimes it felt like the old man withdrew information on purpose. And sometimes, like that time, it just felt like those things that are too painful to talk about. But Sakura wouldn't be deterred. They used to be friends. The 3 Chunin. Both of them had brushed up their history, it seemed. Sasuke was Tsunade's disciple after all. It's kind of funny, she said, though she didn't feel much like laughing. What? Well, each of us went to one of them. Sasuke frowned. Ah. Yeah. Their fate would be different though. Izumi said, they are sure Naruto is not with him anymore. What? How? Where is he then? We don't know. But for the past 8 months at least Orochimaru's men have been after him too, to no avail. No one can find them. I know about Gaara, Sakura added, pensive. We did our research and the host from Takigakure went missing too. As well as one from Kumo. The others, we're not sure. And we don't know if they just left. Or if the Akatsuki got to them. No one was willing to breach the subject, each village staying stubbornly tight-lipped on the matter of their Jinchuriki. Jiraiya had warned them that the organization was after the hosts, and they had heeded his words, maybe, but they had refused any sort of help, any offer to share resources and knowledge, so that they could protect their own. Jiraiya said it was because they were all wary of other villages trying to steal a Biju for themselves in the process. It was infuriating. She wanted to believe the missing nins were safe, because they would have heard, right? If something had happened to them. If something had happened to Naruto. It wasn't backed up by any rational thinking, but she just couldn't accept that he could disappear from this world without them knowing about it. It couldn't be. Naruto was somewhere out there. They could find him again. Tell me about your trip, Sasuke asked. She was content with letting this subject go for now. Tomorrow the mission reports and the update on a worrying situation, tonight the catching up of the more mundane aspects of their life. She mostly talked and he mostly listened. He was never much of a chatterbox, unlike her, and she felt a bit self-conscious of it at times, but he didn't complain and she didn't bring it up either. Her tales must have been quite disjointed, her mind jumping from one memory to another without much consistency. All evening a soft, private smile stayed rooted on her friend's face though, so she figured it wasn't that bad. She had been waking up at dawn for the past 2 years and thus was also up with the sun the next day. But when there had always been something to do then, mostly training, wandering around, or apologizing to the owner of a hostess bar. Sakura found herself with a sudden abundance of time and nothing to fill it with. What was she supposed to do? Did she need to report to the assignment desk, go back on feudal missions? They had done their fair share of fighting with Jiraiya, but not in the way it was done in the village at all. Jiraiya did complete missions, in a way, just not things that had been assigned or that he was paid to do. He called them missions but they weren't really. Retrieving a girl kidnapped by bandits, driving away some wild beast from a scared village, helping a very old lady to bury her dog. It seemed to come naturally to him, and he didn't ask for anything in return, although the people he helped would often give him something anyway, if only a meal, a place to stay the night, a worthless trinket. Jiraiya had quickly gotten into the habit of offering her services too, whether she liked it or not, especially when those favors entailed physical labor. She had spent an absurd amount of time picking some strangers' vegetables and helping fix their barns or fences while he fanned himself in the shade. And then he had the gall to take all the credit. She couldn't really be mad. It was nice, to be useful this way, to put her talents to good. She had built up quite the muscle strength to be able to handle Zabuza's sword. Jiraiya had taught her how to use chakra to increase her body's strength too. She was stronger than most now. She could protect herself, she could defend those who couldn't. Even chasing a runaway cat had felt more rewarding this way, despite getting only a basket of apple and numerous cuts on her arms for her trouble. She was quite aware that was no way to make a living though. Did that mean she had to help only those who could pay her for it? That didn't appeal to her at all. She thought about seeking out Sasuke or Ino, but her friends had their own life now, they had their part to play and the duties going with it, they were busy. She would have to find her place too. She settled for going through her morning training routine to start with, even though she didn't dare pull out her sword, afraid of destroying her parents' very small garden. She had worked up quite a sweat when someone interrupted her. I was going to suggest some friendly sparring, to assess your progress, but now I'm not so sure. Kakashi-sensei. Yo, Sakura. She ran to the gate to greet him properly. He pat her head with a smile in his eyes. He hadn't changed one bit. Afraid I could take you on, she laughed. It would be fun for sure. She didn't overestimate herself, but she was sure she could give him a good show. I'm an old man now. She snorted. What are you doing here? I've come to fetch you. The Hokage wants to see you. She nodded, grateful at how fast that was. She needed to know what she was expected to do now. They set off side by side. Was it good then? Your time away. There was some measure of guilt in his tone, she thought. She nodded. It wasn't always easy. But I'm glad I went. He seemed relieved. She was okay with easing his mind over this, even if she did feel at times that he had simply not cared enough about her to be a proper teacher. It didn't matter now either way. What about you, sensei? Trained some other terrible kids? Yes. She faltered, caught off guard. Really? For a little over a year. They're not quite ready for the Chunin exam yet, but they'll get there. We have time. Things would have been quite different, she thought, had they not entered the exam when they did. They would have been spared a lot of heartaches and needless pain for one. Cool. That's cool. She didn't know why she was so weirded out by the idea of Kakashi training another team. Maybe because they had been his first, and so she had never wrapped her head around the fact that there would be others. Maybe because she didn't feel like he had quite earned the right to move on to the next so easily. Which was absurd, their Team 7 didn't exist anymore. Jiraiya was in the Hokage office when they stepped in, joking with the Go Dame. It was a little jarring, to know that they got along, were close and respected each other a lot, when she knew what a slouch the old man was. At least it helped to see the Go Dame in a more approachable way. Sakura, hello. Thank you for coming. Sakura sketched an awkward salute, hating that she was still shy with the woman when her friends had obviously become well acquainted with her. What was that about anyway? You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama. You must know that all your fellow ninja made Chunin during the last exam. I wanted to discuss your own promotion. I imagine the next exam isn't too soon. It's several months away. And you don't have a team anymore. She didn't have to say it so bluntly. But you've been training under Jiraiya for more than 2 years, and he was very praiseful of your skills. Besides, you completed enough missions that it wouldn't make sense to keep you as a genin. Sakura glanced at Jiraiya, but he looked up to avoid her gaze. She smiled, both exasperated and fond, the norm, when it came to the old man. What are you saying? Kakashi has agreed to do your assessment. If he judges your level to be adequate, and if you pass the written exam, you'll be promoted to Chunin right away. She couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical, wasn't that too good to be true? But if a fight against Kakashi was all it took. Are you sure? Why would you want to rush it like this? Genin can't get more than C-level missions, but you're way past that. It makes no sense holding you back. Unless you'd prefer to wait. She couldn't tell if the woman was genuine or fucking with her. Well, she supposed it wasn't in the interest of the village to deprive itself of higher-ranking shinobi. And she did intend to go on missions. Specifically, one mission. Indeed, they wouldn't send Genin after the missing Jinhuriki. All right. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Don't thank me yet, you've yet to pass. It would be arrogant to comment on that, even if she thought it. She bowed politely and turned to Kakashi. Ready when you are, sensei. He smiled. Right now it is then. Sakura was different, Kakashi pondered. They all were, he supposed, after 2 years and some, but it wasn't so obvious for the others, probably because he had been there all along to watch them grow and change. If he paused to think about how they were when Sakura had left, he could draw up the differences. But it wasn't as flagrant as getting Sakura back like this. There was something serious, almost menacing in the way she carried herself, the way she looked at the world around her. She had gathered a bit of a reputation among the people in the Land of Fire, as Jiraiya's fiery apprentice, and he could picture it now, the one she defended and the ones she fought against, how they would all remember crossing her path. There was no fear nor apprehension on her face and in her stature as she faced him on the training ground. That wasn't to say that she was relaxed or carefree. But she was confident in what she could do against him. She had always been moved in part by fear, of getting hurt or seeing others hurt too, and she managed to turn it into fuel, but it also made her reckless and easily destabilized. It didn't look like something that could happen now. Sakura knew her worth. She knew what she was doing. Kakashi wondered who would win now, between his students. Maybe he would have them fight to find out. Sasuke was exceptionally talented and strong, but he hadn't focused on battle training the way Sakura had in their time apart. What are the rules? She asked, pulling out dark gloves from her weapon pouch. 1 hit. That's it. She seemed almost offended. 1 death blow then. Don't actually kill me though, please. She nodded seriously and put her guard up. Kakashi thought she would draw her sword, but she seemed content to stick to her fists for now. Just as they were about to get going, a few spectators came to join them. I heard there was a show, Ino said, waving at them with a smile, Sasuke in tow. Kiba was following with Shino, done with gate duty then. Or maybe they were on the run. Ah, Kiba would, surely, but Shino would never let him. Kakashi ignored them to focus on the fight. They could infer what was going on for themselves. Or Ino would take great pleasure in telling them, since she probably knew everything already. It was frankly worrying that no one could figure out how she gathered her intel, but well, as long as she used it for good. Well, not for harm at least. Sakura didn't seem bothered by the attention, though she was just a touch tenser than a moment ago. She didn't back down nor say anything tough, she launched herself at him. Her hits were fast and precise, packed tight with power. Efficient too, she was mobile but seldom flailed her limbs around, posture solid, close to the ground. Much more grounded than the usual style, including his. She was spacing herself, he realized. Stamina was always one of her weak spots, so she didn't waste any energy on unnecessary moves. She chased him near the tree line and launched her fist at his head. He dodged, as she wasn't fast enough. It was too late to stop her hand from colliding with the nearest tree. It turned out it was the tree they ought to worry about. There was a dent in the trunk and she didn't bat an eye when she spun around to face him once more. "That must hurt," he said airily. Looking at the tree, he was glad he had moved out of that one. She gave a light chuckle, a little sheepish. "It's Tsunade-sama's technique. I'm nowhere near her level but I needed strength to wield my sword. And you have great chakra control." "It's perfect then," Kakashi praised with a smile. She blushed, caught a little off guard. He had gotten better at this. "Why don't you take out your sword? I'm curious to see what you can do with it." "I can. Of course." She looked pleased with the prospect, although she could be proud of her taijutsu already. More had gathered to witness the display, and they all paid rapt attention at Sakura unrolling a scroll directly from her weapon pouch, tapping lightly at the seal inked in the paper and pulling out. It was even bigger than he remembered, even with the tip broken off. It was almost as tall as her. The muscles on her arms tightened to hold its weight, but she didn't look to be struggling. She rested the dull edge on her shoulder, crouching into her guard. "That must hurt too," Kakashi commented. He was serious behind his carefree facade though, having recognized that she was too. He couldn't help the wave of nostalgia and regret that seized him at the sight of Zabuza's sword. When had Naruto taken it, and why? He wondered if, beyond Sakura's affinity for heavy weaponry, she felt a particular kinship to the sword and what it had brought upon their team. Was she paying tribute by using it, or on the contrary, exorcising? Maybe he would ask her later. The sword, massive as it was, didn't slow her down. She was as fast as she had been with a regular katana, though she seldom waved this one around with only one hand. Kakashi had a hard time approaching her, and it was no use when he managed, for she wasn't of Zabuza's stature at all. The blade was large and sturdy enough for her to use as a shield. Kakashi recalled her saying she liked Kenjutsu because it allowed her to keep the distance between her and her enemies. In that sense, this sword was perfect for her. There was something strange though, in the way she wielded it, that he couldn't put his fingers on. She was focused and determined, didn't brag nor taunt when Kakashi took a few steps back, assessing. She still looked a little proud when he reached up to uncover his left eye. The next time she swung the sword, Kakashi put up a long kunai to block it, but she twisted it at the last moment, skidding across the kunai, aiming straight for his forearm. He wasn't fast enough to get his arm out of the way. But when the blade crashed against him, though he let out a surprised cry under the heavy blow, there was no blood in sight, where it should have cut his arm clean off. She drew the sword away, looking smug. "It's dull," Kakashi said, frowning. "It's hard to control it still. It would be too dangerous to sharpen it." But then. She didn't let him continue. She threw the blade in a wide arc that would have cut him in half had he stayed where he was, but the move was slow and obvious and he had no issue jumping back to avoid it. He recognized it too late. She grinned. "You're dead, sensei." Though the blade had flown a good 10 centimeters from his chest, his uniform was cut open and there was a long line of red trickling lightly across his skin. She had only grazed him, because he wasn't an enemy. But there was no doubt if she had wanted the blade to be longer, it would have been. "It only cut when I want it to," she explained. She was a little embarrassed still, like she was trying not to brag. She could though. He whistled, impressed. She had been able to lengthen her sword against Sasuke during the Chunin exam, but it was far thinner than this one and easier to wield around. Kakashi's wound was visible but shallow, which meant she had controlled the length perfectly, so that he wouldn't be wounded too badly but wouldn't come out unscathed either. This, plus the chakra running through her arms and legs, all her muscles, to give her the strength to lift the sword. Kakashi knew her chakra control was off the chart, but this was ridiculous. "Any other tricks you wish to demonstrate?" Kakashi asked, gesturing at the gathered crowd. She blushed, only now realizing the sparring session had turned into quite the show. "I'll keep some suspense," she said around a laugh. He wondered what else Jiraiya could have taught her. What he had seen wasn't any passed-down secret though, wasn't anything rare or unique. It was just the result of tremendous work, a mastery of basic skills so refined that it took it all to the next level. What would she top that with? "As far as I'm concerned, you pass with flying color, Sakura." She beamed. "Thank you, sensei." Kakashi praised her and she couldn't help but blush, her friends cheered and she reddened even more. She knew the scope of her improvement, knew she could be proud of how far she'd come, but it wasn't the same to hear it from others, from the people she valued and cared about, from those she admired. Hate and Yojao approached them, smiling lightly. "I see you took care to make us look good out there, Sakura," Yojao said, flustering her even further. She couldn't handle the pride and softness shining in her teacher's eyes, and she could only exhale an embarrassed laugh and avoid everyone's gaze. Fortunately for her, she had pretty good friends. "Oi, Sakura." Sakura braced herself for Ino jumping on her back with great enthusiasm. She didn't budge, to Ino's delight. "You know what, I like that. Carry me." Sakura rolled her eyes but complied, sliding her hands under Ino's thighs for better support. Ino grabbed her shoulders more firmly. Only then did Sasuke join them. "That was good," he said, sounding genuine despite his neutral expression. Sakura tried to shrug, not easy with Ino weighing down on her shoulders. "Sakura, we need to fight sometimes," Kiba exclaimed, looking extremely taken with the idea. "Ah, sure. Not afraid to get your ass kicked, Kiba," Ino taunted. "Hey. I've been training too. How did you even know we would be here? Did you meet on the way?" Sakura asked. Sasuke scoffed. "No. She slept on our couch, again. I'm going to start charging you for rent, Ino." Yeah, you keep saying that. And I just know everything. We snatched the others on the way." He clicked his tongue, annoyed. She just laughed. Sakura was seized with the urge to interrupt the exchange. Kakashi did it for her. "We can go back to the Hokage right now, Sakura, if you want," he proposed. The rest of the group was dispersing, but Sasuke and Ino lingered. "Yeah, that's good." "Huh, are you coming?" she asked her friends, Ino still firmly perched on her back. She sighed dramatically, blowing air on Sakura's ear and cheek, making her shiver. "I am," Sasuke said. "Jiraiya is supposed to talk about his findings to the higher UPS." "I'm not," Ino went on, pouting. "I have work to do. Just say that Tsunadeheim won't let you sit in." "Don't worry, I'll still find a way to know. Or you could just wait until I tell you," Sasuke shot back with an eye roll. "And let you have more information than me? Never." Sakura could hear the grin in her voice, and despite his annoyance, Sasuke looked faintly amused too. This was familiar territory for them, she could tell. Usual, a habit. A habit that certainly didn't exist 2 years ago. "And you can go, Sasuke," she kept on asking, not knowing what else to say. They started walking toward the Hokage Tower. "Tsunade-sama lets me attend to this sort of thing, if I want to." "Really? Didn't he tell you?" "He's her personal slave now." "I'm not her slave, Ino, seriously. She makes him write reports and official letters in her place," Ino went on, ignoring him. "And fetch documents from the archive, assess the mission reports, make tea. You're just jealous because I get way more intel than you do. In your dreams." Sakura tightened her grip on Ino's thighs hard enough to divert her attention, an odd weight lodged in her throat. "I thought she would only teach you medical jutsu," she said. At first yeah, but he asked her to mentor him in her other duties as well, and she's been taking advantage of him ever since. She's not taking advantage of me. I'm her best student, it's normal that. Aha. Ino cut, triumphant, while Suzuki's expression soured as if he regretted his words. Congratulations, you held on what, 10 minutes, before mentioning it? You're getting better. He cast her a murderous look. Am I missing something? Sakura interjected before she was cast out of the conversation entirely. He didn't tell you? You talked for hours yesterday and you didn't tell her, Suzuki? You are getting better. Ino, would you please stop? It so happens, Cherry Pie, that our Suzuki here turned out to be exceptionally gifted at medical ninjutsu. A natural talent with a promising future, those are the Godame's exact words. And how do I know that? Because Suzuki has quoted them back to me many times. Ino was obviously taking great delight at teasing Suzuki, who was red and embarrassed and muttering curses under his breath. Kakashi was also amused. He was also in on it. Sakura was the odd one out. Unpleasant. What about your brother? She asked, regretting it instantly. That was unnecessarily mean. Sakura had listened to enough ranting on Suzuki's part to know there was quite a large amount of frustration to be found in him when it came to his older brother. They were very close. Sakura was awfully jealous when she saw them together, as she always dreamed of having siblings instead of being stuck alone with her parents, but he also suffered from Itaka's reputation as a born prodigy. Granted, it had lessened in the years before her departure, as Itaka had inexplicably distanced himself from his shinobi duties, but it was still a strong incentive for Suzuki's drive to always push himself one step further. To her surprise though, Suzuki didn't look upset at all. He looked, in fact, like he was very pleased, but trying very hard to hide it. It turned out he wasn't gifted at everything after all, Suzuki mumbled through his teeth, glaring at Ino when she laughed again. He smiled, despite the teasing. As inconsequential as he was trying to pass it for, he hadn't even mentioned it to her before. She knew what it meant to him, to come before Itaka for the first time in their life. He had seemed so at ease at the hospital, so confident, completely in his element. He had found his path. Yeah, we all know you're the very best, Suzuki. Sakura was glad when they reached the Hokage Tower. Ino hopped off, taking the direction of the intelligence department, promising she'd meet them later knowing more than they did. Sakura stuck her tongue at her. The Hokage office was crowded with Jounin and clan heads. Sakura greeted them with a nod, smiling politely at those who recognized her, namely, Ino's father and her friend's instructors. Suzuki's father looked grim and even grimmer when he spotted Suzuki, who deliberately looked elsewhere. Jiraiya ruffled her hair quite rudely, looking way too pleased that he could get away with it. She couldn't very well punch the sun in front of the village commandment. Those were all expected faces. Except... Suzuki. What is Hinata doing here? She was flanked by two members of the Hyuga clan Sakura didn't recognize, a man and a woman, the first quite young, the other middle-aged, both standing straight and tall, serious. There was nothing to be read on Hinata's blank face. He gave her a look, as if to say, isn't it obvious, and she rolled her eyes. No, it wasn't. It certainly was for him, but not for her. Understanding dawned on him and he bit his lips, embarrassed. Oh. Right. You don't know. She made a face at him. Of course she didn't know. She was tumbling around the countryside with an old jerk, she wasn't keeping tabs on the Hyuga clan. I should have told you about that. It's, well, Hinata, she's the Hyuga clan head now. What? Since Niji left the village. What? Chapter 2. The silence could be cut with a knife in the council room of the Hyuga clan. Hinata sat as still as a stone. Takuma was standing in front of the gathered head of the clan, stoic and expressionless but tense as a bowstring, bent in a bow, jaw locked shut, Hinata's father weighing him down from his seat at the center of the council with the full strength of his implacable authority. It had been confirmed that Hanabi would graduate from the academy with the next class, a full 2 years before the usual age. A source of pride for her father, and a blow for Takuma, who was to teach in the academy only as long as Hanabi attended. Her father had stated that he would be returning to active duty as soon as Hanabi was promoted to genin. Takuma had just requested to be allowed to remain an academy teacher. Hinata was trembling from where she watched on the side, her father's silence even worse than if he had been yelling or raging like anyone would. Takuma bore the weight of his judging eyes on his neck, he wasn't to meet his gaze. "What did I just say, Takuma?" the clan leader asked, cold and hard as ice. "That I was to go back on the active roster after Hanabi-sama's graduation. And what is your answer?" Takuma was barely breathing. He still replied with a steady voice, without wavering. "I would like to remain in my current position, Hayashi-sama." Her father's anger barely expressed itself, yet it was unmistakable to any member of the Hyuga clan. All those gathered in the council room now could see it, and they could only wait in fear for his wrath to break out on the young man's back. "You will not. Please say no more," she thought desperately. "Please let it go." But if Takuma had found the strength and courage to ask once, he wasn't going to just stop there, she was sure. Despite the consequences. "I am asking again, Hayashi-sama." It could have been granted. It didn't matter. They were well represented among the Chunin and Jounin already, and Takuma did fine work at the academy. It's true he spent a lot of time with Uchiha Shisui, who worked with him as a teacher, and it was frowned upon, but it wasn't such an issue that it would warrant his removal. There was no reason to refuse. Apart from the principle of it. That's why Takuma didn't bother to ask for an explanation. He wouldn't have received any even if there was one, but he had to know there wasn't. "Are you?" "I am." Her father lifted his hand in the ominous hand seal so dreaded by the secondary branch. "Are you still?" "I am." Hinata bit the inside of her mouth, tasting blood. But before Takuma's defiance could be punished, there was movement on Hinata's right side end. It was foolish of her to hope Niji would sit through this without stepping in. He had been getting increasingly volatile and rebellious in the past few months, defying orders and being insolent, and had been punished more times than she could count. He stood between Takuma and her father now, wrathful and outraged, not unlike their clan leader, though for very different reasons. "Step away, Niji," he stormed, still ready to activate the seal, as everyone in the room held their breath. She wanted to scream but as always, the words were jammed somewhere down her throat, her whole body locked down. She couldn't even close her eyes. Niji was about to talk back and anything he said would only make this worse. It was Takuma who stopped him. Suddenly he tackled the other boy and slammed his head on the floor, falling down to fold both of them on their knees, repentant. "We are in the wrong, Hayashi-sama. Please forgive us." Niji tried to struggle out of his grip, but Takuma caught his gaze then, and they exchanged something. She couldn't tell. Niji's nose was bleeding, his lips too. Not from the fall, she realized, but from how hard he was biting it down. He kept his lips sealed. Her father assessed them for a long time, before dismissing them with a wave of his hand. "We'll sort this out later." They would no doubt be disciplined, but for now, it was reprieve. The whole room sighed in relief, the meeting was adjourned. She had to put it out of her mind to go through the rest of the day, but it was haunting her now as she lied motionless on her back, eyes wide open, unable to find rest amidst the raging storm of her thoughts. There was something. It wasn't like all the other times. There was a reason why Takuma had so abruptly cut Niji short, why he had changed gear so fast as soon as her cousin had gotten involved. There was a reason why Niji had followed through even if he wanted nothing more than to fight any and everyone these days, even if it was his master, even if it left him writhing on the ground, skull split open by pain. The main house was silent as the dead around her, yet she still thought she heard the whispers of hushed conversations, some secrets running around her but staying far out of reach. Whatever was going on with Niji, she was sure to be the last one in the known, if she didn't go looking for it. She got up without a sound. She crossed the corridor, light-footed on the boards she knew wouldn't creak under her weight. The night was chilly, she tightened her kimono around her body as she crossed the inner gardens to the barracks of the bunk. It was quiet too. She moved toward Niji's room. He shared with Takuma, because the members of the bunk didn't get their own pavilion until they reached 25 or got married. The two had always been close. The room was empty. Takuma had a modicum of freedom when it came to leaving the Hyuga compound, but Niji had nowhere else to go, and he wasn't on a mission. She left the barracks, still careful despite her growing anxiousness, and called up her Byakugan to look for her cousin. She found him leaving the kitchens, but it was impossible to tell herself that he had just gone to get something to eat in the middle of the night. 1. Because Niji's discipline was ironclad and he never indulged in any whim, ever. And 2. Because his clothes and weapons were gone from his room. She intercepted him on his way to the garden gate, where only one member of the bunk would be on guard duty. Takuma, if she had to guess, because Niji was carrying a bag, Niji was heading determinedly to the gate. Niji was leaving. No. It was barely a whisper, just a breathy, pitiful sound, but it carried across the eerie silence of the garden. The next second Niji had a kunao under her throat. Don't make a sound. I won't hesitate, Hinata. She believed him. She nodded, too quick. The blade nicked at the soft skin of her throat. She didn't flinch. He didn't comment. Don't go, she croaked past the knot in her throat, past the rust of her voice she so seldom used. Don't try to stop me. His voice was full of hatred and he would hurt her, she thought, if she tried to interfere. But she couldn't let him go. It couldn't end that way. How could she keep on going, if he wasn't there? He was the only reason why she hadn't given up yet. They'll kill you, she whispered, trembling in fear, her mind rebelling at trying to conjure her father's reaction to Niji's disappearance. They won't find me. What was he talking about? The Hyuga could see for miles and their seal could reach for miles too. Who knew how far it could catch him? Where was he even going? No. No, no. She had to talk, she had to tell him. But she couldn't. Talking was too hard for her. All the energy she spent putting a foot in front of the other, processing all that was happening around her, sorting through her messy thoughts. She couldn't reach out to the world on top of it all, she couldn't form all this into spoken words, it was too much. I don't have to obey you, he snarled. But he did, didn't he? She raised her hand. His eyes widened before his expression hardened even more, his rage turned on her now. Can you do it, Hinata-sama? She could, as in her father had taught her, a few months back, since she had been making progress with her training and Hanabi was having surprising difficulties with the 8-palm triagram, the succession of the clan leadership was still into question. So she knew how to. Now to know if she could. He scoffed, always so disdainful, so belittling. She knew how he despised her and the entire clan, but specifically her, for her weakness and inadequacy, her lack of talent, for how ill-fitted she was to this world and how privileged still, because of her birth. But none of it mattered. It didn't matter that he hated her and that it ate away at her soul, it didn't matter if he never forgave her. She could keep all her feelings to her own, she didn't need them known nor acknowledged nor returned in any way. But he couldn't be gone. He couldn't leave. He couldn't leave when she had to stay. He made to turn away. She signed. She understood immediately. It took but a second, when his eyes widened in pure shock, but he didn't react otherwise, and she understood why Takuma had stopped him, had made them bow before he could get punished by her father. He knew it wouldn't work. He knew that somehow, Niji's seal would fail. That it had been damaged, or was simply gone. She could only stare at the horror on his face morphing into hostile hatred, as she realized that she had broken clean off the bond that still existed between them, the last tattered remnants of their relationship. His rage couldn't hide the sorrow in his eyes, that she would do this to him, that she would truly attempt to stop him this way. She was disgusted too. He raised a hand, she thought he would hit her, but understood he was already past that, already removed from it all, from her, already gone. He raised a hand to his face, to tug at his forehead protector. To reveal his skin, white and unblemished, only the faintest scar visible where the cage bird seal used to be, stark against his pale complexion. Gone now. She stayed frozen in place as he tossed the headband at her feet and turned away, went through the door without the slightest hesitation. Only when the Byakugan could no longer make out his fading shape did she sink to her knees, shaking all over and unable to breathe. She twisted the headband around her hands, hard enough to bruise, staring but unable to recognize them as hers, Neither their pain nor the fingers that had tried to bend Niji into submission, to hurt him enough that he would obey her. What if it had worked? She broke into a cold sweat and threw up on the ground, and then she passed out. She was tucked in bed when she opened her eyes, and for a moment she thought, prayed, that it had all been a nightmarish fever dream, that she had not betrayed her cousin in the most heinous way, and that he had not turned his back on them for good. But she heard the commotion outside then, felt the agitation rippling through the compound and the taste of bile in her mouth. She saw the forehead protector resting on the floor next to her futon, and she knew it was all very real. She hid it in the pocket of her hoodie. When she stepped outside to see what was going on, she stumbled on two of her father's lieutenants escorting Takuma toward the council room. He stared at her with steady eyes, resolute despite their infinite sadness. They had to know Niji was gone. They had to know Takuma had been the one to help him. She thought she could remember, in her days, him carrying her to her room during the night, setting her carefully on her bed. They took him away. It wasn't hard to guess what they would do to him. It was so easy then. It was so simple, so intuitive. She was stunned that it hadn't come to her sooner, that it had seemed so insurmountable just a few days, just a few hours ago. There was nothing easier than to go into the bunk's side of the compound, to walk all the way to their common area, in an uproar over the recent events. It was the easiest thing really, to go kneel in front of Niji's mother, who ruled over the bunk, to meet her despaired gaze. "If you want," she said, throat burning, eyes too, "I will help you." Easy for them to make the decision at that moment. It's not like it hadn't been brewing for months, years, decades now. Even counting out the members of the bunk loyal to their clan's system, they still outnumbered vastly the main branch. Easy to walk into the council room and stand beside Takuma kneeling on the floor, easy to defy her father. She couldn't find a trace of the fear that had paralyzed her all her life every time she met his gaze. She couldn't bring herself to care about the consequences, the pain to be endured and the punishment they might face, because Niji was gone with only hatred for her in his heart, and what could be worse than this? "What is the meaning of this, Hinata?" her father asked, voice tight with fury, even though he had to know, had to have guessed already. Hoito, his second in command, stalked toward her, and the second branch members around her flinched away, because no amount of determination would free them of the fear that seized their heart in the presence of a member of the first branch. But she had nothing to fear from him. Hinata has no seal branded on her forehead, not that it was guaranteed to stay that way forever, as her father often threatened, but for now, she didn't need to bow to that pressure. And she had been spending a lot of time in the woods, training on her own, pushing herself too hard and worrying her teammates. But she couldn't stop, because she was sure that if she trained hard enough, if she became strong enough, then maybe, finally, she would stop being afraid. She slapped his palm away and slammed her own on his chest, bringing blood to his lips. In a proper fight she wouldn't stand a chance, but he wasn't expecting a proper fight. Being underestimated was Hinata's only edge, and she made good use of it. She had turned up quite the talent at assassination. "Father," she said politely, out of place in the warlike state of mind of the two opposing factions, the main branch on one side, the second on the other. "I have come to challenge your position as the head of the Hyuga clan." It was probably the longest sentence she had ever uttered to her father. Easy again, for all those present to assess the situation. She was still the heir of the clan, legitimate in her claim. She had numbers on her side and they were all aware that it would make up for the use of the seal, because they couldn't take all of them down at once. They couldn't wipe out 3/4 of the clan either, and maybe some couldn't take arms against their own family either. The only thing her father could possibly do was dispute her status as the heir, but then. Hanabi crossed the room to stand at her side, her face hard and unreadable. She took Hinata's hand. Her grip was too tight. It hurt. Hinata didn't flinch. Her other hand was buried in her pocket, clutched around Niji's allegiance to Konoha, which he had left behind. It was easy. And it was too late. Anyway. That's more or less what happened. Kiba concluded this by a loud, obnoxious slurping of the rest of his juice through his straw, before shrugging at Sakura as if to say, "What can we do?" He made sure to shrug with only one shoulder though, so as not to disturb Hinata who was resting her head on the other, unfocused and quiet, making no sign to want to join the conversation at any point. Sakura raised an eyebrow at Kiba, trying to convey her questions since it seemed rude to just ask aloud. He half shrugged again. Words get bent easily. She wants it to be told as it was. Sitting on the bench by her side, Ino and Sasuke were engaged in an intense game of stress, cards flying around rapidly, giving the illusion of being out of this talk. It was old news for them after all, they had lived through it more than a year ago. Sakura was the only one stunned here. She had wanted to kill Sasuke at the meeting, and Ino too for that matter. Couldn't they have led with that? Wasn't it on the list of things they should have told her first? They had placated her by promising Kiba would bring her up to speed. Which now found them sitting at the outside table of a cheap cafe, sharing sweets and heavy stories. And the Hokage didn't say anything. Technically, it wasn't of any concern to her. The clan can appoint a new leader whenever and for whatever reason. As long as they all agree. Agree maybe wasn't the appropriate term, she thought. He had glossed over the whole confrontation and how it had been resolved, but she supposed he would have mentioned bloodshed, had it happened. I see. But surely some people outside the clan ought to have said something anyway. Regarding the whole affair, regarding Hinata's age, and her. How did that even work? She wasn't any more loquacious than she had been as a child. Sakura couldn't imagine her debating current issues and asserting herself in a conversation with other clan leaders and elders. But again, it felt rude to ask with the girl sitting right there, even if she gave no indication of being present in the moment whatsoever. Sakura seemed to recall the main goal of the Hyuga's branch system was to ensure the protection of the Byakugan. But the Uchiha didn't need it to keep a firm hold on their dojutsu, so she supposed the argument didn't hold. More than a year, and it looked like it was working fine enough. Hinata wasn't on her own, and she had the support of a large portion of her clan. Sakura would have to content herself with that for now. Does that mean? She made a vague gesture at her forehead, wincing at her own lack of tact. Hinata tensed up ever so slightly, but her eyes didn't move from the spot she was staring at on the wooden table. Kiba pouted. No. They only managed to weaken them, so that they, couldn't kill anymore. But no one has been able to figure out how to take them off for good, so the seals remain, for now. They're just not to be activated anymore, under any circumstances. Then how? She knew the answer before she was done with the question. Kiba must have seen the understanding on her face, because he nodded with a helpless shrug. Neji met Naruto outside the village. We never got much more information, but he stayed in the hope that he could free other members of the bunk. Takuma was in the known, but he doesn't know how it worked. Neji's been branded a missing nin. We looked for him, of course, and we were not the only ones. The Byakugan makes him a valuable target but no one found anything. There was no way it wasn't linked, right? Do you think Neji's with Naruto now? Kiba went to answer but a minute shift of Hinata's stance called his focus to her. She only blinked once as a sign that she was tuned in now. We hope, she said simply. Sakura knew next to nothing about Neji, and what she knew didn't endear him much to her, but she could get behind the feeling. It meant he wasn't alone. If Naruto had Neji, and Gaara too, at least, if they had each other instead of being on their own. Yeah, she hoped they did. Kiba patted Hinata's head gently, a sad look on his face, but wiped it off quickly to go back to a more cheerful disposition. So. That's it, I guess. They chuckled lightly at the awkwardness of the conclusion. Hanabi approached the table then, she had been standing guard a little further down the street. It's time to go back, Hinata-sama. Hinata nodded and complied without delay, following her sister out, both with matching serious expression on their pale face. Sakura and Kiba both watched them go with a frown. Is she doing okay? Sakura asked. Kiba sighed, weary. She's holding on. That's all she's been doing really. At first we thought she would. We didn't think she would, Ino said, rejoining the exchange but fumbling with her words. It's hard to know really. We're all trying to help, but she doesn't talk about any of it. Sakura could only imagine how hard it had to be, to shoulder this position now while carrying her pain, her guilt. Could only imagine the kind of regrets they would have faced themselves, Sasuke and she, had they pushed this far their desperation to keep Naruto by their side. I thought she didn't get along with her sister, she said, to keep the conversation going. It's complicated, Kiba conceded. As long as Hinata stands, Hanabi will stand by her side. She won't let her falter. Both a support and a pressure point then. Sakura recalled the girl being pretty harsh, with everyone. Both were always a bit fearful if Sakura was honest. Not at all in Naruto's way, but as something unfathomable, removed from their world. She didn't think she ever had a normal conversation with the Hyuga girl. Didn't know if she was even capable of it. What about their mother? It was absurd, how little she knew about her. You don't know? Hinata's mother died giving birth to her. Sakura raised a questioning eyebrow at Ino, not in the mood for her dramatic pauses. Hanabi's mother is Hyuga Hayashi's second wife. The one he was supposed to marry from the start actually, from the will of the clan, but he married Hinata's mother instead. It was quite the scandal back then. She said that like she was actually there. How could she even know that? Sakura doubted the gossip scandals were consigned in the village's archives. Oh, well, maybe there were. Where's Hayashi now? Still at the compound, Ino said. Still a jounin. They don't cross paths if they can help it. My mother's been visiting him, but she won't tell me much, Kiba added. Lee says there's been some progress happening recently. Nothing out there, but considering where they were coming from, she supposed Hinata and her father so much as greeting each other in passing was huge enough to make it to the newspaper. Lee. They've grown close. With Tenten too. They took Niji's departure pretty hard so. That's all they'd been doing it seemed, getting closer to each other, getting to know each other better. She didn't regret leaving, but she did wish she'd been part of it. She felt like she was lagging behind now, like she had much ground to cover before she reached them again. She would need to visit Lee in the upcoming days. I guess my family's alright then, she said after a pause, trying for some levity. Ino elbowed her lightly. I always told you being a clan kid sucked. Sakura smiled and said nothing. It was an old argument that wasn't worth revisiting. They couldn't understand each other on that matter. They couldn't help but envy the other and be blind to their struggle. Ino often complained about her family as a kid, about the responsibilities and expectations being the daughter of the Yamanaka clan leader put on her shoulders, and always told Sakura she was oh so lucky not to have to deal with any of it. Except Sakura found those to be very bearable struggles, compared to her own. Kids like her were nobodies at school, and in the village too. Sidelined by the teacher, ignored by the adults, having no expectations whatsoever placed on you was as bad as having too much in her opinion. Out of all the kids who dropped out of the academy, most of them were from outside the clans, a lot were civilian children. Of course it was because clan kids weren't allowed to change path anyway, but it was also because those kids ended up wondering why they even bothered. It was harder for them to make ranks. From their year, Sakura was the only one, with Naruto. In Guy's team, there was Hyuga Niji, and then there were the two others. Lee was an orphan. Tenten was raised by her civilian grandmother because her parents were traveling merchants, rarely seen in the village. Who cared about those? The death rate was also higher for them non-clan kids, something her parents had always dangled over her head, albeit not in so many words because it wasn't supposed to be a thing. During one memorable argument, her mother had screamed at her that she would just become cannon fodder, too. Both her brothers had died in the war. It was an argument Sakura had never made to Ino though. It was too heavy for their petty argument. Quite a mood killer to talk about who was and wasn't expendable among them. I have to go back to the hospital, Sasuke announced, deeming the moment opportune now that the conversation had died down, as he had been impatiently tapping his fingers on the table for the past few minutes. I'm going to, I have to help my mother at the kennel, Kiba added with an exaggerated eye roll, not much enthused by the idea. I'm also due back, Ino said, laying a couple of coins on the table. Sakura had always been the poorest of them all, but now that they all had jobs and several Chunin-level missions under their belt while she had spent 2 years on the road, she felt like a toddler being taken out by her babysitting cousins. An impression reinforced by the fact that she was the only one with nothing to do with her time. She left the cafe too and set out to wander the streets of Konoha. She had promised her parents she would come home early so that they could spend some time together, and she had some errands to run for the house, as her mother had inferred not too subtly that Sakura was the only one who had nothing better to do and that she would have to contribute something to the household. For now though, she let her feet carry her around the village, subconsciously jumping from one familiar place to another, the academy, the playground, the Yamanaka flower shop, where she popped in to find Sai handling the counter and came out with 2 plants and a small spray bottle she had strictly no use for. He told her he worked there full-time now. He didn't volunteer much more information and didn't ask for any in turn. It was quite refreshing really. She was still wandering, reluctant to go home and face her mother's nagging, when she ran into Shikamaru and she needed a second to place the girl walking by his side. "Yo. Ino told me you were back." "Multiple times, and with great volume." "It's good to see you too, Shikamaru," she said with a smile. He shrugged the comment off, embarrassed. He didn't get any better at genuine kind words then. They hadn't crossed paths yet, dinner plans postponed because Koji was out of the village, on a mission with his father, and Shikamaru absolutely needed him in the kitchen, according to Ino's exasperated retelling. "And it's Temari, isn't it?" "Huh, yes. I'm sorry, I don't recall your name." The girl from Suna looked sincerely embarrassed, so Sakura didn't take it personally. It wasn't like she remembered every last participant of the Chunin exam either. But these siblings from Suna had made quite a strong impression on her. "It's Sakura." "Oh, right." There was an awkward pause where they looked at each other in turn. Shikamaru should have been the one to take it from there, being the only one to know them both, but it soon became apparent that they couldn't count on his atrophied social skills to break the tension. Temari sighed loudly. "We were going to the tea shop, our work is done for the day. Would you like to join us?" Once again, despite the girl's harsh features and stubborn face, the offer sounded sincere. She didn't look like the type to bow and scrape if she could help it. Sure. They soon found themselves in one of Konoha's numerous tea shops, though this one was of a higher standard than Sakura was used to. Shikamaru and she stared blankly at the vast selection until Temari, exasperated, ordered for them. She swatted Shikamaru's hand away mercilessly when he made to pour himself a cup, hissing that his wasn't done yet. It seemed best to listen to her. "So, what are you doing here?" Sakura asked the girl after more stiff silence, hoping she didn't sound too inquisitive. "Tagging along on a diplomatic mission." "Ah, good." Temari poured the tea very seriously, which made this pause a little less awkward. "A little. And you're working diplomacy too, Shikamaru?" Temari barked out a short laugh at that. He glared at them both. "Not by choice," he mumbled, crossing his arms. "We're trying to exchange methods and processes. On education, training. There are ongoing discussions about exchange programs and a focus on cultural interactions between our villages. And we're the kid committee, basically," Shikamaru concluded. He hid his face in his cup when the girl cast him a murderous glare. She seemed way more invested in this than he was. "Unsurprising, really." "Tea's good," Sakura said after a while, for lack of anything better. "It's from Suna. This place is the only one I found that sells it." Homesick then, even if she didn't dwell on it. Sakura could relate. "I was in Suna a few months back, but we didn't try much of anything. It was good to see there was diplomacy happening after all, seeing how coldly they'd been received then." Jiraiya had chosen not to linger, reasonable for once. A shame, she wished she had had more time to get acquainted with their weird weaponry. "Oh, right, you're Jiraiya's student. I was on a mission to Taki then, but I heard about your visit." There was no saying if she had heard good things or not. Sakura wisely didn't ask. They managed to talk a bit after that. Shikamaru seemed glad to leave them to it, staring out the window with vacant eyes while they drew up comparisons between Konoha and Suna. In a way it was nice to talk to someone who had no clue about Sakura and the people in her life. They seldom talked about themselves, a nice change of pace after retelling the events of her trip several times to different people in the past few days. She was just about to gather enough courage to ask the other girl if she could have a look at her battle fan when someone entered the shop. Not the first customer since they'd been sitting here, and Sakura only looked up at the bell's sound, but she stared this time, when she had just ignored it before. It was Uchiha Itachi. He didn't see her at first, walking up to the counter to buy a frankly ridiculous amount of tea boxes. Who needed so much tea at once? The girl behind the counter chatted him up with naked enthusiasm, even though he barely responded. He spotted her when he turned to leave. "Hi," she said lamely, because she sort of knew him and it would be rude not to say anything, but also she wasn't quite sure he actually knew her name. Somehow in her mind he didn't know anybody's name save from the 6 people of his clan he hung out with. Case in point, the corners of his lips barely raised in an attempted smile that looked more like a nervous tick, before he simply left. "What's his problem?" Temari said, frowning. Sakura shrugged, nonplussed. She'd seen weirder from him. He never went back to active duty, right? She pondered aloud. He was a Jounin and a former Umbu, the first son of the Uchiha clan leader, and yet. They both turned to Shikamaru. He was dozing off. Temari kicked him in the shin. "Ah, what? No. He's been out of the roster for a while." Sakura tried not to think back of all the times Ino and she had bitched about everyone they could think of while Shikamaru was napping by their side in the flower field. Was he pretending, or could that stupid brain of his actually register conversations when he was asleep? Either would be in character. That bastard. Why? She didn't know why she dwelled on it now. It was a question they had asked themselves several times before, to no avail. It fed the gossip mill, but even Sasuke didn't know why his brother had turned away from active duty, and most importantly, why he had been allowed to. Shinobi who wanted out weren't uncommon, but that didn't mean their wish was granted. Shikamaru stared at her, pondering. She resisted the urge to squirm. "Did Sasuke tell you about why he left?" "No, not yet." "Ah. I guess it's not my place to tell then." It was stupid to feel bad over this, over the fact that everyone seemed to know except her. Once again, they were there when it happened, they had seen him through it. It made sense he didn't wish to revisit it just so that she would be in the known, especially if it had been as bad as they were all implying. Screw all that. She still felt bad. "It's not what you think," he said, as if he could hear her frustration in her silence. He glanced at Temari, but she was absorbing herself in the tea shop catalog. Whether out of boredom or courtesy, it gave them a faint sense of privacy and it was appreciated. "It's not that it's too painful to talk about it or something like that. It's just that he'd rather you didn't know." That wasn't any better. "I think I'm making it worse. But don't take it personally. If he could, he would have kept it from us too." "Why?" "It's unflattering. For the people involved." "Shame." She had a hard time believing Sasuke could be wary of her judgment. He had a rough time, after all this. "Ah, you can ask him. Maybe he'll even tell you the full story," Shikamaru concluded with a helpless shrug, aware that he should probably have kept his mouth shut. Temari slammed the catalog on the table with way more force than necessary, declaring loudly that she wanted to buy some more tea to take back home. They went along with the unsubtle change of topic. "Can you recommend me some?" Sakura asked in an attempt to move on from that whole issue. The girl looked pleasantly surprised and took the matter way more seriously than Sakura had expected. She seemed to think tea was very serious business, and Sakura left with more than she could possibly need. She had a bag full of tea in one hand and a basket with the plants and the spray bottle in the other. She was starting to see a pattern. Ah, at least her mother would be pleased. They'd both taken off their shoes to soak their feet in the river. Sakura and Sasuke sat on the pier near the Uchiha district. Sharing a box of takoyaki, enjoying the sun, it would have felt like old times, if not for the one missing by their side. Sasuke had said he wanted to talk to her, it wasn't hard to guess about what. She wondered if Shikamaru had relayed her curiosity to him. It was a bit unnerving to know they lived together, that they shared an amount of time and proximity she couldn't hope to match. "I don't know if you remember it, but the Uchiha's reputation wasn't so good when we were kids." She shrugged, she couldn't say she knew. Back then there wasn't much distinction between the clans in her eyes, she just knew they were all above her and her family. Sasuke dismissed it. It goes back to the creation of the village. Anyway, the point is, there was a lot of discontentment among us at the time. I never knew about any of that, just that when I was a kid we tended to keep to ourselves and didn't get out of the district much. I remember there was even the question of whether or not to send us to the academy at some point. Really? It was bad. Politically speaking. The clan felt sidelined and ostracized. It had been going on for years. Being so removed from the inner workings of the village, it made sense she would have been unaware of it. But by the time they had started the academy, she couldn't recall anything reflecting this. What changed then? There was a shift in perspective. But she tried not to get lost in speculation as she wondered what this had to do with the strain in his relationship with his dad. This was more than 8 years ago. Before that, and it was completely by chance, that it took a different turn, but the clan leadership had come up with a solution to that problem. Which was taking over. She munched pensively on a takoyaki. Taking over what? The village. The food went down the wrong way, she coughed, eyes watering as she forced the piece out. He tapped on her back with an apologetic look. Are you serious? I found out by chance. I've been spending a lot of time in the archives for Tsunade-sama. There was a record. I confronted my dad about it. I was so angry, that they truly intended to go through with it, to take up arms right here in the middle of the village, to prompt a civil war just because. Because we didn't get the respect we deserved, because we weren't as powerful as we used to be. We got into an argument. It was pretty ugly. We haven't really spoken since. To rule-abiding, righteous Sasuke, it was a capital offense to put selfish interests above the common good. He had carried his outrage around Wave Country the whole time they were there, confused as to why they couldn't just help. He didn't need the money they made from the missions, so it was even harder a pill to swallow. He would always choose to prevent a fight, if he could, but would always fight to right a wrong too. What did he say? He talked about the clan. How I couldn't understand what it was to be its leader. He also had to deal with the fact that neither me nor Itachi will succeed him. And I asked him how terrible a leader you had to be, to think the best thing to do for us was to overthrow the Hokage and put us in his place. It wasn't a very productive discussion. Sasuke hadn't gotten any better at ill-fitted euphemism. The hurt was obvious in his voice. She could only imagine the kind of words they might have thrown at each other. Your mother. In the end, she's on his side, whether she approves or not. And your brother? A different kind of pain crossed his face this time. She could tell he wasn't being entirely forthcoming, and she couldn't just let it slide. She had a feeling they wouldn't discuss it again. If she didn't get the truth now, he would keep it to himself. What aren't you telling me, Sasuke? He rested his elbows on his knees to stare into the water. In the hospital he wore clips to keep his bangs out of his face, but they were free to fall and hide his face now. His hitayate was tied around his waist, holding his haori closed. It suited him, made him look older, kind of dignified. He looked more solemn than ever like this. I know it must be hard to recount. But I wasn't there, I can't just guess. That's not it. I didn't tell anyone about it. No one knows. She let that sink in. Do you want to tell me? She asked quietly, almost shy, not wanting him to shut off. I couldn't tell the others. It's too much. He clicked his tongue, displeased with his choice of words. What, you think they couldn't handle it? She joked. He didn't catch her tone and was serious when he answered. I don't know. I don't know them like I know you. She gasped in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden admission. He blushed a little, as he did when he realized his words had been heard, couldn't be caught back. Well. You know what I mean. Do I? Come on, don't make me say it. I don't know what you're talking about. Sasuke had two standard getaways when he was being teased: get angry and shut it off, or out-tease his opponent. Unfortunately for her, she was often a victim of the second option. She wasn't as immune to him as Ino was, maybe because they were much closer. He sat up to stare at her, straight in the eyes. "You're my best friend, Sakura." Damn. She hated it when he did that. What could she do except blush to the root of her hair and bite her lips to temper her too wide smile? That bastard. "I hate you," she mumbled. She wasn't ready to claim defeat though. What about Naruto then? She didn't think the name would slip so easily on her tongue. He looked stricken for a moment and she feared she had killed whatever mood they had managed to set up, but he decided to play along, to leave the pain at the door, for once. It's different. And it was, for both of them. Despite everything, Naruto was still the one who had stepped in that day, who had seen her getting hurt and thought he ought to do something about it when he had no reason to. Who had pulled her up from the ground, and she'd looked up ever since, even though he was shorter than her. And to Sasuke, he was the first connection he'd made all on his own, without the intercession of his brother or his family name, without his clan factoring in any way. And others had followed, but Naruto outshone them all. "Don't think I've forgotten about my questions," she said, to pull them out of the spiral, banish the melancholia. Naruto wouldn't appreciate them letting him cause them pain when he wasn't even here. In the face of his reluctance, she tried to find an angle to pry at, wondering what was missing from his story, that would make it a different matter. What happened that changed their mind? Your father, the others. Why didn't they go through with it? He frowned, tensing up. It was the right guess. The Hokage knew. At the time, he knew what they were planning. So they talked it out, she asked without much conviction. He wouldn't look so anguished if they had, so torn. There was this whole affair. A man named Danzo, a higher-up, friend of the Sandaime. He was in charge of some secret operations, he had a lot of power. He was arrested around that time. That does ring a bell. My parents were very shocked. Wasn't there a teacher who died? So? What about him? This man, he had a solution. About the Uchiha planning an uprising. Do you get it? It was just luck, it was. That teacher died and he was arrested and they only find out afterward. They didn't stop him, we just got lucky. What didn't they stop? What did he plan to do? Sasuke. It's easy, no? If a group of people is causing trouble, there's one very easy way to deal with it. She was struck speechless, staring at his hardened face, his shining eyes. He was griping at his hands in a hold that looked painful. He couldn't meet her eyes. I couldn't tell the others. I couldn't. It was too much. How was this possible? Things didn't work that way. They couldn't just. She could see why he would keep it to himself. To process it on his own first, but then how? How to break such a story, to all of them and their name, so ingrained in their identity. Shikamaru said, "You had a rough time." After. He said you might just tell me the whole story. I think he suspects. He's too smart. I think he tried to get his dad to talk about it, and he got mad when he wouldn't. They all. Their parents knew, so maybe. But we don't talk about it. It's too much, he said again, for lack of a better way to phrase it. How did you move past it? He must have been so lost, adrift, if he couldn't even turn to his family for support. She had never regretted being away as much as she did at this moment. She wished she'd been here, to see him through it. For a while I didn't know what to do anymore. I mean, if it could get to this point. I didn't know who to turn to. But I was pretty advanced in my training already. Tsunade-sama. He nodded, and some tension let out in his body, easing just a little. She thought I was right to be angry and distraught, and to feel betrayed. She didn't try to make excuses, or to tell me that I just didn't get it. She was angry too. She told me not to give up. That it was up to us to take a different path. That's why he was so defensive of her then, and devoted to. She took him seriously, a novelty for him, for all of them really. So, your brother. He shook his head. I didn't ask. I know he was involved, somehow. He was in Umbu at the time. He took orders from that man. Shisui too. They left after that. I didn't ask. Someone had reported the clan's plans to the higher UPS, someone had been their eyes for Itaki and Shisui to leave the Umbu altogether. But the clan hadn't punished them. What then? Itaki was so shaken, I remember it clearly, because it was shocking to see him that way. He was lost for a long time after that, aimless. He's doing better now. She didn't think she would ever see Sasuke talk about his brother this way. Like he was the older one. Thank you for telling me. It's not that I never planned to hide it from you. But she thought back on what Shikamaru had said. He was terribly gauche with this sort of things, but he had good insight into Sasuke's mind. I won't think any less of your family. And you. We move forward. Don't we? He looked relieved. He nodded, determined. Always. You look tired. That's because I am. Jiraiya raised a pointed eyebrow and Tsunade relented, threw her pen on her desk and raised her head from the letter she had been getting a headache over for the past hour. Trying to politely tell the Raikage that his concerns were appreciated but that no, Konoha didn't need Kumo's help to ensure their own security despite the disappearance of their Jinchuriki wasn't her idea of an afternoon well spent. How dare that asshole, when he was short a tailed beast too. Did he believe the news not to have traveled as fast as Naruto and Gaara's departure had, once the two villages had confronted each other about it? Tsunade needed to think carefully about what their strategy would be for the next Chunin exam, set to happen in Kumo. Was getting way too enterprising for her taste. She was wary of his ambitions and knew him to be yet another party to be on the missing Jinchuriki's tail. With so many people looking for them, it was astonishing no one had managed to find them yet. Nana. She startled out of her thoughts when her friend yanked her chair away from her desk, almost leaving her behind to fall on the floor. What the hell? If you won't take a break, I'll make you. She glared up at him and his shit-eating grin, but there was real concern under his mischief. With a long sigh, she got up from her chair, stretching her numb limbs before taking the 5 steps needed to sprawl on her beloved couch. He came to sit too, lifting her legs to settle under before laying them back on his laps. She let out a long exhale when he started to massage her calves. You were always good at this, she commented, eyes closed against the glaring light. He hummed but didn't answer. She welcomed the silence and the attention, just for a moment. She was tired. Terribly so, and it was a well-established fact by now, though she had to admit the clan leaders and senior shinobi had been pulling their weight more and more lately. Shizune was as efficient as ever, if not more. And, well, she had her adorable student too. I still can't believe you took an Uchiha as your apprentice, he commented, wisely stirring the discussion away from current affairs. That's not why I accepted. Could have been why you'd refused though. What made you change your mind? Are you still mad I stole him from under your nose? He didn't rise to the bait. No. Sakura turned out just fine, even if she's a horrible brat. The girl had merits to have followed Jiraiya around for 2 full years and not buried him in a ditch. He was obviously fond of her. Look at us. To think we used to swear up and down we'd never get saddled with troubling kids. It was a recurring joke between them when they were younger. Tsunade didn't like kids and kids didn't like Jiraiya, seeing how much white hair they gave their own teachers, they figured it wasn't worth the hassle. There was only ever Orochimaru to be taken with the idea of passing on his knowledge, leave his mark on the next generation. I agreed because his father didn't approve, she confessed eventually. Ha, really? It's stupid, isn't it? I can't believe I'm still not over my own issues with my heritage. But those Uchiha, they were always so prideful, so attached to their name. It made me curious, I guess. But more importantly, she sat up, feeling it wouldn't do to have this conversation sitting down. Jiraiya gestured at her to turn around. She did, taking off her haori so that he could massage her shoulders and back. You know what happened, or well, didn't. With the Uchiha. Ah, yeah. That. They're not so discontented anymore but if Sasuke and Itachi, and anyone else for that matter, don't feel like putting their clan above all else after all, I'm not about to discourage that. Does he know about all this? The boy. Tsunade grimaced at the memory. He found out a few months back. Most of it anyway. Must have been unpleasant. Sasuke and Fugaku were still not on speaking terms. Sasuke had been shaken to his core and his drive had wavered for a while as he doubted everything he had ever believed in. She wouldn't have it though. She wouldn't let him lose hope, give up, like she had. The kids have a lot of fight in them. And you plan on using that. I won't make the same mistake our teacher did. I'm okay with doing this for 10 more years, 20, if I can be sure of what will come after. It's not power we need, it's no strength. They all have plenty to spare but I want to move us past it. What do you need then, Nana? You only have to ask. But what she needed, he couldn't provide. No one could, not for sure. She had to build up to it herself, she had to make sure. We can't have another war. Tsunade didn't sleep at night. She kept replaying the latest letters, the latest news. She kept thinking about Naruto, where he was, what he was doing, with whom. Kept wondering if he knew how much rested on his shoulders even if he did nothing, how unbalanced their world was becoming now that he, and others like him, were deciding not to weigh in anymore. You know, Hyuga Hayashi, he had this kind of fight in him too. He believed he could change the world, when he was younger. I heard about what happened. That mess was best not reflected upon. It was a huge liability to have the Byakugan roaming around unprotected, but if no one could find the kid, then no one could find him, and she washed her hands of it for now. It's Inuyasha-sama who told me, she went on. They wanted things to change, they wanted to have it different than their parents had. But the Third Shinobi War came, and it sucked everything out of them. They turned back inward, retreated, buried their heart behind thicker walls because the loss was too great and too senseless. And they had to give everything they had to the village then, to how things were, because it had to be worth it, if they sacrificed so much for it. She pressed her fingers into her eyes to push back traitorous tears. All those lives, all those dreams, all this energy and hope, wasted. And for what? What had they gained, what was the point? We have to spare them this. They had to finally raise a generation that wouldn't go to war. That could focus on something else, on growing, on taking their world forward. Is there any unrest? Because of the Jinchuriki's disappearance. It's hard to tell. No one dares move for now, because we don't know where they are. Who's to say they're not being hoarded by one of the villages? Or dead already? Come on. They're not. She wanted to believe it too, but she couldn't be sure, and neither could the other cage. There's something else I needed to talk to you about. 2 months ago, we had an enemy intrusion. Not an attack, no one was hurt or killed. What did they do then? They dug up some graves. In the cemetery. Jiraiya's hands stilled on her shoulders for a brief moment, before he resumed his work. Do you have a culprit? Yakushi Kabuto, according to the investigation. We couldn't catch him but there's little doubt. He was a genin here. And he was Orochimaru's spy. She let the information sink in, let Jiraiya drew his own conclusions. Orochimaru never told them much about his works and they never took much interest either, but he still liked to ramble and they indulged him, as friends did. Among the many forbidden jutsu he wanted to study, this one was particularly worrying, for everyone involved. And if he dared to come and collect samples within the village. I'll ask around. See if other locations went through the same, Jiraiya said, voice hard. She nodded. It was nice to have someone she didn't need to order around. Hokage-sama. They turned to the doors. It was Yurika, from the cryptanalysis team. She bowed before walking in, handing a message to Tsunade. It sported the Kazekage seal. I don't like this. Naruto earned himself a strong punch on the shoulder for that comment. He rubbed at his arm, annoyed. What? What was that for? Where were you when I was trying to talk them out of it? Neji accused, glaring. I said I didn't like it. I didn't say they shouldn't go. Neji's frown deepened. Naruto was convinced it was perpetually etched into his face. He was a hypocrite too. If he really wanted to convince them, he could have done so, easily enough. As if Gaara would say no to anything he asked. They watched from the side Gaara and Karen getting ready to head out of the cave, and not, as usual, for a quick trip to a nearby town where everyone actively pretended nothing was amiss with a group of teenagers looking nothing alike the locals and coming in and out of nowhere on a regular basis. I don't like this, Naruto repeated louder to catch their attention. Gaara didn't react but Karen rolled her eyes, with an added sigh for good measure. We heard you the first 10 times, and you agreed. I don't like it either but we're going, so shut up. She flipped her long coat, just for the dramatics. Naruto stuck his tongue at her. Thank you, Gaara said, voice low and barely audible, flat but heartfelt nonetheless. Karen waved a hand around, dismissive. Don't mention it. Ready. Naruto was truly worried, despite their attempts at levity. Neji was sulking, so it was up to him to see their friends off, the rest were out collecting information and trying to find out what was being said about them in the world. You'll be careful, right? Naruto asked, coming close enough to wrap a hand around Karen's wrist, willing her to hear his concern. He saw her swallowing another jab, she knew to read the mood, on occasions. Of course we will. Everything will be fine. We'll be back soon. Gaara squeezed his shoulder, eyes boring into his with his usual intensity. Naruto didn't like them being apart, but it would have been a rare show of stupidity for them to both go, Karen's words. After all, they were heading to Suna. Chapter 3. Sakura was out for yet another errand, stretching it as long as she could. She was so bored she was thinking about going to find Jiraiya for some training, that's how desperate she was for something to do. She had passed the written exam for the Chunin promotion the day before, a formality, and she would have regretted studying so much for something so basic if it hadn't occupied large portions of her time and if she didn't enjoy studying. She hoped that once that was dealt with she could take up missions once more. Letting her feet carry her as she was prone to do these days, she had discovered streets and corners she never even knew were there. She eventually caught sight of Shisui's house. Her parents didn't like that she was friends with Naruto, so taking him to her house was always out of the question. In the same vein the Uchiha district was off-limit, for if Sasuke's mother was always warm to their friend, the same couldn't be said for his father or the rest of his clan. Wherever they went in the village they would be followed by suspicious glares and unsubtle whispers, and there were just so many times they could eat at Ichiraku in a week. All in all, they had spent a lot of time at Shisui's place, in the 3 years Naruto had lived there. Shisui always had a smile and some snacks in store, he always seemed happy to see them. They piled up into Naruto's room to read comic books and draw experimental explosive tags. Naruto was always tense and hostile as soon as he was out in the world, as the world was always hostile to him. Here was the only place they got to see this version of him, the one that didn't have to bear the resentment of an entire village on his shoulders. The one she missed the most. Sakura? Is that you? Lost in thought, she hadn't heard Shisui approach. He was holding some grocery bags and he was smiling, warm and a little sad, still the same. Do you want to come in? I'll make some tea. She followed him inside. The entrance and the little kitchen were the same. She sat at the table and watched him putter around with practiced ease, so that he could soon put a steaming cup of tea and some biscuits in front of her. He had always acted like an older brother to all of them. It seemed to come naturally to him. She could only imagine how good a teacher he made for the children at the academy, and how great an instructor he would make to a future genin team. Sometimes she wondered if Naruto would have left even sooner, had it not been for him. How are you, Sakura? It came naturally, to tell him the truth. It's weird to be back. So much has changed, and I wasn't there for any of it. I've missed everyone but, it was nice out there. I don't know. It's normal to feel off balance now. It will pass. I guess. It's just, they all seem to have found their place. They know what they're supposed to do. Most of her friends had had their goals in mind for quite some time, since they were kids even. But what about her? She didn't know where to go from there. That also means they're set in their path now. You still have time to choose. It's not a bad thing. It was something else she feared. Getting stuck. She knew she would soon want to travel again, she had come to love their wandering, going from town to town, meeting so many new people with lives so different from hers. But she didn't want to be like Jiraiya, unattached and lonely. She wanted something to return to, wanted to know there was a place waiting for her at home, so that she would never be lost. They were interrupted by the front door opening, and in came another man, about Shisui's age, dark hair, white eyes, handsome but gloomy face. It was Hyuga Takuma. She wasn't too proud of the way she stared. She had met him a handful of times before, as he often came by Shisui's place back then, but she was seeing him in a whole different light now. She couldn't help but feel he had to think of the place the same way she did, sanctuary, away from prying eyes, from steadfast judgments. A lot of Shisui's friends seemed to gravitate around the house. Maybe it was the reason. Takuma. You remember Sakura, right? Yes. Hello. Ah, hi. She winced, cursing her terrible lack of manners. I'll be out back, the man said before disappearing down the corridor. She deflated, mortified. I take it that you heard about that whole thing, Shisui said with an indulgent chuckle. Her face was inflamed but she resisted the urge to hide in her hands. Sorry. The others told me the other day and... Ah, don't worry about it. I guess it's quite a shock. I was wondering why Sasuke didn't come to live here. I'm not sure he would have wanted to use that room, I mean, even if it had been free. But yeah, I was the one to convince Takuma to give it a try, so that he could keep working at the academy with me. I didn't think. Well, neither of us expected it to go down that way. He didn't want to stay at the compound after everything. And I had a spare room, you know? It was the least I could do for him. Life went on, she supposed. She wanted to be crossed at him for giving Naruto's room to somebody else, but what else was he supposed to do? Leave it sealed forever? I didn't touch it for a while. In case. But well. In case Naruto was coming back. But he wasn't, was he? I don't think he blames you, she said, to stir them away from that topic. Takuma, I mean. In the end, it was all for the best, probably. But it's frustrating, you know. If it had to end that way, surely we could have avoided a lot of suffering in the process. She wondered what they were talking about exactly. She supposed it went for everything. If they knew the outcome from the start, surely they would do things differently. Spare themselves some heartache. But who was to say it wasn't their struggle and pain that brought about those endings? Nothing was ever set in stone. She couldn't help thinking about what Sasuke had confessed to her, how the Uchiha could have risen to power or be crushed mercilessly, how it had been avoided by chance, how it took so little to change fate. She was racking her brain to find something to say that would alleviate the heavy mood they had unwittingly brought down on themselves. In the end they were saved by meowing. Shisui got up hastily to open the kitchen's window, where a small, lithe cat, black as the night or the Uchiha's hair, was meowing with great insistence. It's Sasuke's cat, Shisui explained. He took a swipe of its claws for that remark. She didn't think it was possible for a cat to look so haughty. Ouch, I know, you're not his cat. What is it, Gigi? The cat meowed in her direction. Follow him. Sasuke probably sent him after you. Ouch, I know, you came because you wanted to. Stop that. She jumped to her feet. He sent her off with a nod, still massaging his clawed-up hand, and she dashed after the cat through the Konoha streets. She thought he would lead her to the hospital, but she soon recognized the way to the Hokage Tower. She climbed the stairs in rush, sparing a quick thought to the inherent impracticality of the Hokage office being so high up. She arrived out of breath and sweaty and she swore the cat was mocking her. He climbed Sasuke's clothes to perch on his shoulder. The boy gave him an absent pat, looking preoccupied but relieved to see her. She bowed to the Godame and her assistant, by her side as always. Kakashi was here too, along with Shikamaru, and Temari. It was her face that set the alarm, that made worry spike in Sakura's guts. We received words from Suna, Tsunade began immediately, waving a piece of paper for emphasis. My brother was poisoned, Temari cut in with a rush. Sakura held back at the last moment to comment the likes of, "Isn't your brother gone?" She remembered the other one. "He was attacked outside the village, that's all it says," Temari said, shaken but fighting to keep it together. "The poison is unknown but it says it's slow going. He should have 5 days, at most, before they asked for our help," the Hokage went on. "Kakashi, your team will stay under Kurene's supervision for now. I want you to take these two and go to Suna. Sasuke, I've taught you enough to send you. Ask Marco to give you some resources that could help you with the poison. Sakura, your written test was flawless, I'm told it was to be expected, coming from you. We'll indulge in a bit of protocol later, but for now I'm granting you the rank of Chunin informally. You are to escort Temari back to her village and assist them in any way you can." It was 3 days to go to Suna. There was no time to waste. Temari didn't expect anything from the Hokage. She was fully prepared to leave Konoha on her own, with a pack of medicines and good luck wishes. But maybe she should have known. She had seen how things went in their village these days, how the Godame Hokage handled her duties. Temari couldn't deny being inspired. The woman had taken the news as seriously as if it had been from her own people. "We are allies," she had simply said at Temari's shocked expression, and of course Temari couldn't tell her that had the situation been reversed, her father surely wouldn't have interpreted this word the same way. She didn't doubt the woman knew anyway, and it made it even more puzzling. She had to know alliances were fleeting things between the villages, short-lived and almost inconsequential. Yet she was determined to honor it anyway. He made it back on his own but collapsed at the doors of Suna, "So it's not a paralytic at least," the Uchiha rambled, citing the message from memory. 5 days is a first estimation, but there's a good chance they'll manage to slow it down. It would take them almost 3 days to make it to Suna, and so much could happen in that time. Was she going to find her brother dead upon returning home? She couldn't bear the thought. If it's a slow process, it can be controlled in some way, even if they don't find a cure, he just has to hold on until we arrive. "Because you'll find it, she called out, unable to keep the venom from her tone. He didn't pick up on it though. Simply answered, full of conviction. "Yes." Somehow it was a little reassuring. Heitake Kakashi wasn't just anyone. Uchiha Sasuke was the Hokage's head disciple, and Haruno Sakura's master was the son in Jiraiya himself. Konoha could have spared any number of expendable low-ranking shinobi to send to Suna's aid, but it was with those three Temari was traveling the way back now. She would have taken the time to appreciate this development, had she not been consumed with worry for her brother. Kankuro and she had grown a lot closer in the past few years, as she fought her way up Suna's hierarchy with his support. He accused her of working too hard to distract herself, and she said nothing because he was probably right. If she didn't work her ass off to the brink of exhaustion, she was left to think, and if she was left to think, she would think of Gaara. And there were only so many nights she was willing to lose to tears and regrets. In retrospect, she didn't understand how she could have been so blindsided by Gaara's escape. As if it was surprising in any way. Their father had been enraged by Gaara's closeness with the Jinhuriki of Konoha, and he had restricted his movements more than ever upon their return to Suna after the Chunin exam, under the guise of protecting him from a group seemingly after him. Temari had thought it would make her brother snap, but there didn't seem to be anything left in him of the innate violence that had inhabited him all his life. Whatever the Ninetales host had done to him, the change was hysterical. Gaara simply didn't have any of that rage left in him. Maybe that was why she hadn't seen it coming. She had thought, in her supreme naivete, that it meant he would be returned to them, that they could finally try to build something between them. The worst thing was to know he had not hesitated for one damn second. At first, they had thought he had been kidnapped, with terrifying efficiency, for who could subdue Gaara like this, in a matter of minutes, in the very heart of the village without alerting anyone? Of course it wasn't what happened. Not that they knew for sure, but they wasted so much time wondering how someone could snatch Gaara like this while the most likely scenario was far simpler. It was that Naruto kid, who made it to Suna a few months after deserting his own village and snuck in undetected. Maybe if he had stayed longer, they would have been able to catch him. But he was in and out of Gaara's room, Gaara in tow, leaving easily. Gaara had just been waiting for him all this time. She felt so foolish now for her attempts at reaching out to him, for feeling so pleased when it seemed like he would indulge her. Kankuro had turned to anger. He was mad at Gaara, at Naruto, at the Biju, their father, the village, the world. At her too, she was sure, but she had decided to turn all her energy into fixing everything within her reach that could be fixed in Suna, and he was on board, if only to get in the way of their father. She couldn't lose him too. There was no way she would be able to bear it. They didn't talk much during the trip. Well, they didn't talk much to her. The two Chunin whispered a lot between themselves during what little break they took. Sakura was just back home after a long time away and they had a lot to catch up on, and they respected her need to freak out in peace, or they just didn't care, fortunately. She didn't need to make any friends in Konoha, thank you very much. She couldn't help observing them though. Temari never had a team of her own. She was only ever paired up with her brothers, to look after them and keep them in check since no one else would. Not that anyone would have wanted her either. She was Gaara's brother, guilty by association. The two Chunin were close to the man too, their former instructor, if she got it right. They joked and teased, they were comfortable with one another. Sakura had spoken fondly of them, the little she had talked about them in the tea shop. Temari didn't long for a team, she didn't long for friends. But she wished they could have had that, her brothers and her. 3 weeks in Konoha had been a bit much for her. She missed Suna already, and she felt uncomfortable in the Leaf, even if it wasn't supposed to be enemy territory anymore. Shikamaru's presence had made it bearable because it was funny how he was never on board with anything but went along anyway. He tried way too hard, but it wasn't any performance for the sake of an audience, it was solely to fit his own requirements. It was sort of endearing. Shikamaru was probably the closest thing she had to a friend, as depressing as it sounded. They traveled as fast as they could. At the beginning of the 3rd day, they intercepted a Suna hawk on its way to Konoha. It dumped a message into Mary's waiting hands, a copy of the one making its way to the other village. It was the second message from their fastest hawk in as many days, and she dreaded to read the news it carried. The message was sealed, for her eyes only. She read it once. Twice. She read it again. The paper slipped from her fingers. The Jounin picked it up as she stood there, shaking, but only to give it back to her. I don't know the code, he said, apologetic. They couldn't read it. She had to tell them. It was the Akatsuki that ambushed my brother on his way back from a solo mission. And they launched an attack on Suna. Just a few hours ago. What did they want? What did they do? They fought with my father. The Kazekage. She cleared her throat of the panic clogging it, slowly rising. They don't know. They don't know. Critical condition could only be a euphemism if it concerned the leader of their village. It was now 2 members of her family at death's door, and she wasn't there. And to top it all, there were 2 assailants. Just 2. According to this. There was no reason to doubt these words, but she still had a hard time wrapping her head around it. The one who poisoned my brother is a master puppeteer. The most famous one Suna ever knew, actually. His name is Sasori. Sasori of the Red Sand. She couldn't help but believe it was on purpose. One of their own, to bring them down. I've heard of him, Hatake Kakashi said. He made quite a name for himself during the 3rd Shinobi War. Why the Red Sand? Sakura asked. Temari grimaced. Can't you guess? She shot back, harsh. She could, judging her expression. Temari remembered the not-so-kind things said about him. He wasn't 20 when he had earned the title. People found him strange, unsettling. But for them. Sasori. Can you do another puppet show? Please, please. That was where Kankuro had gotten it from. Sasori had vanished from the face of the earth 11 years ago. He had been declared dead. Kankuro had been inconsolable. And Gaara. It was a few months before Yashimaru's death. Sasori was the other one of the 2 persons who willingly spent time with the child, even if it was just to study his control over sand. Gaara had asked for Sasori a lot, after he was gone. Then he had come back home one night with a bloody tattoo on his forehead and a crazed spark in his eyes, along with the news that their uncle was dead, after attempting to murder him. He had stopped calling for their older cousin after that. He had stopped asking for anything really. And here was the red sand resurfacing now, with the Akatsuki. It didn't make any sense. There was another one. Young, but that's all we know. An adept of explosives, apparently. Which made the damage to Suna impossible to determine. The message was vague on the matter. How many casualties, how many injured? How many destroyed buildings, how spread out the attack? We need to hurry then, the Jounin pressed, pulling her out of her trance. They resumed running, at double the speed. They ran the remaining distance in record time. Under those circumstances, it was shallow relief to see the rising shadow of Suna floating above the sand. She barreled through the gates, jumping on the first guard she could find. Temari-sama, you're back. You. Where's my brother? Tell me. The central hospital. But you have to know. She didn't wait around to listen to what she had to know. She would know soon enough, whatever terrible news it had to be to make the guard look that way. She dashed through the streets, trusting the Konoha tag-along would follow. She saw traces of fighting, damaged buildings, rebels blocking the way. Few people were wandering about when the streets should have been bustling with activity, and they looked stunned, somber. There was a hole in the side of the hospital, a few rooms open to the dry air of the desert as the external wall had been blasted out. She scared the nurse at the front desk, who could only point her in the right direction with a weak hand gesture, and burst into one of the rooms. Several things happened at once. She recognized the old Cho and her brother in a corner of the room, no doubt here to assist with the poison. They in turn recognized something in her back. The old Cho jumped forward, but Temari was focused on her brother laying on an observation table in the middle of the room, shaking and sweating profusely, face contorted in pain. The Uchiha was close by. Beiki was there too. There was a commotion. Something about Hatake Kakashi killing someone, talk about some news. She ignored them. I'll set to work, the Uchiha said to no one in particular, hands glowing green already. Please, she whispered, not sure who she was talking to either. He put two hands on Kankuro's torso. In went chakra. Out came the poison. Hand me that basin, he commanded without looking away from his task. She obeyed. He dumped the poison in, repeated the process. Beiki tried to talk to her, but she couldn't hear him. She was focused on Kankuro's face, pale like the dead and shining with sweat. His lips were bitten raw, his brows knitted painfully. After a few minutes though, fewer and fewer poison came out, and his body relaxed bit by bit. He exhaled, breathing again. She did too. He's out of trouble, the Uchiha declared, wiping his brow. We need to prepare an antidote, to purge the rest, but he'll be fine. Her knees nearly buckled under her weight and she had to seek support from the table, fighting to stay upright. The day was far from over. As good as the slug, the old Cho commented from behind the boy. He turned, bowed respectfully. I am Tsunadeheim's student. I'm here on her behalf. She looked at him with some measure of distaste, but he had just saved Kankuro's life. As far as Temari was concerned, he was her new best friend. Where is my father? What's the situation? He's in the operation room right now, the old Cho replied with a light tone, perfectly casual. No way to tell if he'll pull through. It was Sakura who brought back a semblance of order into the room. Old Cho was still casting nefarious looks at Kakashi, Temari was struggling to put her thoughts in order and the Uchiha was busy examining Kankuro. It was good of the girl to step in. She went to stand in front of Beiki, sketched a quick bow. Hello again, sir. Ah. I remember you, Harano Sakura. You're Jiraiya's student. We were sent to help by Konoha. It's only the three of you. We were to assist with the recovery of your men. We got your second message on the way, Konoha will have received it by now. Reinforcements will come. Please, tell us what happened. Kankuro sat up with some difficulties on the observation table. He looked up at Temari, regrets and rage dancing in his feverish eyes. The Uchiha tried to stop him, Kankuro batted his hands away with a snarl. It was a trap. It was all a trap, all of it, from the start. Beiki looked reluctant, but now wasn't the time for petty rivalry. If they had sent for help, then they needed it, there was no point in backing off now. 6 days ago, Kankuro was attacked by 2 members of the Akatsuki and mortally poisoned. One of them identified himself as Sasori of the Red Sand, the other remains unknown. They came back today. His tone was blank, and he was avoiding Tamari's gaze. They infiltrated the village and wreaked havoc, despite our best efforts. These people are unlike anything we've ever seen. The Kaze Cage fought them, but how powerful did they have to be to take her father down like this? Why? What did they want? Why did they come? I told you. It was a trap, Kankuro said bitterly. His body was full of tension, not out of pain anymore, but a familiar frustration and outrage. A trap? For father. She was flexing and unflexing her hands, longing to reach out but unable to move, rooted in place. For Gaara. She was getting dizzy from the whiplash. What? What does Gaara have to do with anything? He came for me. It was the trap, don't you get it? No, she didn't, but she managed to lay a hand on his shoulder, when she realized his eyes were shining, chest heaving with contained sobs. You saw him? He was here. Kankuro nodded once. It went exactly as they planned. Tamari, they were waiting for me. For me, specifically. I guess they didn't get any more luck than us at tracking him down, and they grew tired of trying. They thought it would lure him out. If I was. No. No, that's not, why would he? It worked. He came. It was probably the most outlandish thing, the hardest to believe, out of all the things she had heard today. It made no sense, there was no way. He was with another girl. A medic. They spread the word on purpose, he heard about what happened. He brought her here. To me. Tamari couldn't be blamed for her body giving in then. She had the good sense of dropping on the observation table instead of sinking to the ground. She sat against Kankuro's back. They leaned subtly on each other as she tried to process what he was saying. Gaara had heard Kankuro was in grave danger, and he had come. He had brought help. That wasn't. No, she couldn't wrap her head around it. How do you know all that? Kakashi asked, tone deceptively light where she could swear he was in the mindset of an interrogation. How do you know it was their plan? Because they told me. You knew it was them then, the Uchiha pointed out, taking his attention away from his patient for the first time since his arrival. You knew it was the Akatsuki from the start. Why didn't your first message said so? More of us would have come. She would have doubted that a few days ago, but the Godame Hokage had proved her goodwill, and Konoha also had a vested interest in the pursuit of the Akatsuki. Tamari recognized Beiki's closed-off face right away, for having seen it many times before. The one that said, I followed an order I didn't agree with. What did you do? Beiki, what? We can assume that Gaara knew the Akatsuki was after him, Kakashi went on, calm but relentless. Why would he risk coming here, out in the open for the first time in years, if he knew they were behind the attack? And why would they reveal their plan to you, knowing you could spread the information? Warn him off. She understood then, just as the man did, it seemed. Kankuro looked down. Ashamed, she realized with a start. No. No. It worked out exactly as they planned, Kankuro said again. They told their plan to you, she whispered, dumbstruck. They told you, knowing you would report it to father. And knowing that he would try to take advantage of it. That he would go along with the plan, right? Kakashi said, managing to sound calm and conversational still while she was boiling up in rage. To lure Gaara here. So he didn't know it was the Akatsuki's doing. He came because he didn't know. The absolute fury of their father when they had discovered Gaara was missing. The countless missions they had sent out to find him, dozens of spies, hundreds of coins spent for information, but nothing had turned out. Gaara was untraceable, and they would only learn almost a year later, during the Chunin exam and the whole debacle with the meddling Yamanaka girl, that the Jinhiriki of Konoha was missing too, that they had most likely eloped together. Their father had been obsessed with finding him again. Enough to go along with the Akatsuki's plan. Enough to let them set a trap for him within the village, using Kankuro's imminent death, probably convinced he could retrieve Gaara himself and fight off the organization, finally bring Suna's Jinhiriki back in line. What happened then? Where's? They took the fight outside of the village. We sent teams after them. It seems that they managed to subdue Gaara. We're tracking them down. The taste of blood flooded to Mary's mouth. She had bitten too hard on her tongue. This was a nightmare. She had come in worrying about her brother's health, and now that he was fine, it was the two remaining members of their family who were in mortal danger. I need to go after them. She got up, reeling on her feet for a moment before she found her balance back. Actually no, she didn't, it was Beiki holding her arm that saved her from toppling over. You can't. Try and fucking stop me. Enough, Temari. You're in no state to be of any use in an outside mission. Many of our forces went out already, and many more were injured in yesterday's attack. The one who isn't Sasori used some kind of explosives. There is a lot of damages and casualties. Your father is down. You are needed here. It was all she had been working for the past 2 years, as she fought tooth and nails for a place among the commandment, for a chance to be listened to. She wanted to throw it out the window right now. Beiki squeezed her arm, shaking lightly, as if to wake her up. Unconsciously, she mimicked his breathing, as she used to when she was a child, to calm herself down from rising panic. They never spoke of it, pretending it didn't happen. She forced her mind to clear up, to get out of its hysterical state, to come back. For the sake of her family and her village, she needed to keep it together. She couldn't afford to wallow. She wasn't a child anymore. We're here to assist, despite these new circumstances, Kakashi interjected smoothly, giving her the time to catch her breath and calm her mind. We need to go after them. Sakura exclaimed. If, she seemed to remind herself then, forced her voice to take on a milder tone. If Gaara has been taken then, others will come too. What happened to the girl that was with him? Kakashi asked Beiki. Her mentor was still reluctant to share intel like this, but they were in too dire a situation to be picky. Vanished, he said curtly. So she could have gone back to wherever they came from. Fetch help. The two Konoha-Chunin exchanged a loaded gaze. They weren't going to say it, but their thought process was crystal clear, and pretty sound. The chances were high that Konoha's Jinhiriki would be found where Suna's was. Our intent is to bring Gaara back to Suna, Beiki said, and there was something of a warning in his voice. Did he expect them to get in the way of this? Temari would have missed it, had she not happened to be looking at Kankuro at that moment, but he looked, his eyes narrowed, just a fraction, his mouth thinned down to a displeased line. We will let you deal with your own, as we deal with ours, Kakashi replied. The exact same expression, on the Uchiha's face. Keeping their lips tightly shut against. Against what? A protest? Wasn't it what they wanted, for them to come home? She didn't know why it sat so badly with her too. Sasuke, how long do you need, to come up with an antidote? I'm not sure. It depends on whether they have what I need here or not. But a few hours at least. Don't be pedant, child, old Cho said, sounding very pedantic herself. We are well furnished here. My apologies, he answered immediately. I meant no offense. It was impossible to say if he was genuinely contrite or practically polite, and the old woman was infuriated with no reason to say so. Whether intentional or not, it was well played. We'll head out without you then. You're needed here, Kakashi insisted, when the boy made to protest. Your tracking skill will be no use in the desert, Beiki said. They had all agreed on the pedantic, it seemed. The first scouts will return soon, with an idea of the route to follow. They'll guide you through the desert. Wait until then. Very well. They moved then, going to occupy themselves until they could head out. The old Cho took the Uchiha to the greenhouse, his friend in tow. Beiki and Kakashi went to discuss strategy, or erotic literature, for all she knew. She found herself alone with Kankuro, the silence blessed after such agitation. She had things to do too, maneuvers to plan, defenses to organize. She couldn't bring herself to get up. She was sat back at Kankuro's side, leaned against his arm. How was he? She whispered, loud in the now quiet room. He seemed fine. He didn't talk much. The girl said more than him, as she examined me. I wasn't in a good state so I couldn't. I thought I was hallucinating. Gaara had been here. He had come back, all the way into the heart of the village. He had stood in this very room, just a few hours ago. Really, he was. He was fine, he was. She knew what he was trying to say. Of course she had hoped and prayed that he was safe and sound somewhere, that he was okay. But maybe a tiny part of her had clung to the idea that he had been taken, that he had gone against his will and needed to be rescued. How awful was she, to wish he had been suffering, to wish him ill because he was away from them. But he was fine. Whatever he had been doing, he was okay. It hurt. It hurt. The old woman had said they were well furnished, and Sasuke could concede that for a greenhouse set up in the middle of the desert, their reserves were more than adequate. But had he been working in Sai's greenhouse, he would have been able to produce about 24 doses of the antidote. As it was, he managed to scrape up just enough for 3. Maybe it was unfair to put it all on the climate though. Sai was just like that. He had started working at the Yamanaka shop to lend a hand, because they were short on labor with Ino's generations rising up the ranks in the ninja force, and now he grew almost everything they sold there and more. He had a disturbing passion for poisonous plants of all sorts. He could grow anything and everything, and he never took any precautions to handle those, no matter their toxicity. And he did it as a hobby. It had taken at least 6 months for him to mention in Sasuke's vicinity that he effortlessly grew plants any doctor would kill to have for creating medicine, or poisons, and he had had the gall to be puzzled by Sasuke's irritation at the late discovery. Anyway, Sasuke was used to working with it now. He had packed a few essentials, but Suna missed some basic herbs that would have made this a lot easier. He wondered how ill-advised it would be to give them some suggestions on the matter. That old woman, Cho, seemed irked enough by their presence already. Sasuke, the first patrols are back, we'll head out soon. Are you done? Kakashi asked, striding into the greenhouse with his usual nonchalance. He confirmed, turning off the heat and meticulously pouring the medicine in 3 glass vials. The old woman was glaring daggers at his teacher. Kakashi's father had killed her son and his wife, apparently. Her grudge was strange to Sasuke, for ninja killed each other all the time, and surely if he had been ordered to take these 2 down, or had fought and defeated them during an attack, he wasn't the one who should be held responsible. Kakashi's father was dead anyway, and where would they end up if they started charging children with the crimes of their parents? Besides, she was that Sasori's grandmother. I'll administrate it now, a few minutes will be enough to know if it was efficient. Then we can go. Sakura had been hovering around him at the beginning of the process, but he had soon shooed her away, her impatience too distracting. She didn't like staying idle, but they couldn't do much before the scouts were back. Sasuke had improved greatly his reserve of patience after 2 years of precise surgery, slow-going medical ninjutsu and medicine preparation, and the hassle of whining patients. Some things couldn't be rushed. Her agitation was contagious though, knowing that those 2 men were getting further and further away with each minute, dragging with them Gaara and, maybe, a chance to inquire about Naruto. Thinking about his friend wasn't a distraction to him anymore. It was a constant, always playing at the back of his mind, and he could get through most of his duties without it disturbing him. He could walk back to Kankuro's room and wonder how far Naruto was from him right now. He could pour the antidote down the boy's throat and sort through the things he most wanted to say to his friend and which one would come out first. He could monitor the antidote's effect and check his patient's pulse while calling Naruto's face to his memory, and trying to guess what changes could have occurred in him, how he would look. How he would look at him, if they came face to face, what his expression would be, what feelings would shine through, trying to find a balance between what he wished to see on that face and what was more likely to appear. You're out of trouble. You'll still feel stiff and aching for the next few hours, so rest until it passes. Thank you. Sasuke was a little addicted to this very specific sort of satisfaction. The main reason why he had decided to properly train in medical ninjutsu was to get close to Tsunade. She was the highest-ranking member of the village he could get as a master, the Hokage herself. He needed both her tutelage and the reputation it would get him, if he managed to keep up, of course. And oh, he had. He worried it might be shallow of him, but the praise, the satisfaction on the woman's face the first time she had watched him perform what he had learned, how she had immediately taken him aside to move on to the next level while the rest of her students stayed under Shizun's patient guidance. Had he had any doubt about his choices before that, it would have been snuffed out in an instant right then. Tsunade had made no secret of how little she thought of his lineage and family name, it was even a downside in her eyes. So she wasn't doing him any favor, her recognition wasn't empty. Proof enough was that it didn't extend to Itachi. He wasn't bad, of course. Itachi wasn't bad at anything. He was good, even. Sasuke was just better. It came naturally to him in a way offensive ninjutsu never did. It was easy to bend his chakra to the need of an injury or a disease, easy to know where to go, what to do. He had worked a tremendous amount on his chakra control, jealous for the first time in his life of Sakura and her gift in that department, but he made do with his own because this sort of control had nothing to do with what they did when training in attack. Medical ninjutsu required very little chakra at a time, but it had to be controlled to the utmost precision. And Sasuke liked that. So he had come for convenience and stayed because he was good at it, but very soon he had realized that, well, simply that nothing compared, and nothing ever would. There was no such thing as village rivalry when it came to medic nin. Kankuro was from Suna and there was no link whatsoever between them, but Sasuke could help him, so he had, and now his pain was gone and he would be fine. Being a medic meant Sasuke could help everyone. Not just his village, not just the shinobi world, not just his superiors. Everyone, anyone. He could be useful, no matter the situation, he could make a difference. And he would never tire of this. Our scouts picked up their trail at the doors of the deserts. Several teams are already on it, but the enemy is covering their trace as well, so one more is more than welcome, the Jounin from Suna said, Baki. Sasuke couldn't figure out what his role was, if he was more than a Jounin or was simply close to the Kazekige's family. He seemed protective of them anyway. Matsuri, a young girl, about Sasuke and Sakura's age, stepped into the room. She tripped on her feet and though she managed to catch herself before falling over, it earned her a scornful look from her superior. Matsuri will take you through the desert. Once we're out, I'll be able to pick up, Kakashi said. I know your reputation as a tracker. You might have a better chance than our teams, but I count on you to relay your findings. The man counted on it, but he didn't trust it in any way. That was probably another mission of the girl, to make sure they didn't do anything to Suna's Jinchuriki in the process. It was pointless to be irked by this, since no words or sentiments would convince anyone of their goodwill on the matter, but it irked him all the same. Did they have to doubt each other still, to be wary and guarded, even now? Ah, of course they did. Trust if you want, Tsunade would say, but always assume that no one trusts you. I will accompany you. All heads swiveled to the old woman who had the gall to look surprised at their wide eyes. She silenced her brother before he, or anyone else, could protest. I need to take care of my grandson. Her tone booked no argument. Sasuke worried she would slow them down, but the Sunanin, despite their reluctance, didn't protest. Age didn't factor in the strength of a shinobi. I've lived long enough anyway, she said with a laugh, uncomfortable in its misplaced cheerfulness. They didn't have time to argue. It's settled then, Kakashi declared, final. Let's go. Tsunade crushed the message in her hand, hard enough that it would be barely legible anymore. The Akatsuki hadn't made any significant moves since their intrusion in Konoha, why now? What was their goal, what were they trying to achieve, attacking Suna out of the blue? What team is closest to Suna now, she asked Rato, who was handling the assignment desk. He did a quick check through his notes. That would be Team Guy. Send them a message immediately, they need to go to Suna. Did she need to go too? She could read between the lines, if something happened to Raza, but she couldn't afford to leave Konoha unprotected, no matter what her instincts demanded of her. She was stuck under that hat, she couldn't help any more than this. It was lucky that the two men were moving so slowly, but it was also infuriating. To move at such a leisurely path, to be so unguarded, they had to be confident enough in their own strengths, to know that they didn't need to worry about their pursuers. Unfortunately, Karen had seen what they could do. She knew it was well-founded. At least it allowed her to tail them without too much difficulty, and without them noticing. Had they been more alert, maybe they would have spotted her, but they simply didn't care. For even if they knew she was there, what would it change? It wasn't like she could do anything against either of them, let alone both at the same time. For now she could only follow and focus on not losing sight of Gaara. They were carrying him in some sort of flying bird made out of clay, but she knew not to take the younger man's creations lightly. She had seen what it could do, the skin of her right arm still tender after she'd healed in a haste the burns caused by the first explosion. Gaara was unconscious, had been ever since one of those bombs had exploded inside his shield. Chakra depletion more than anything, if she had to guess. They wouldn't be in this situation if he hadn't spent so much trying to protect his village from yet another explosion that would have flattened half of Suna. It would have been good riddance in her opinion, one less problem to worry about, but she knew Gaara was still attached to that place, for some unfathomable reason. It wasn't supposed to go this way. There shouldn't have been any trouble. Get to Suna, heal the brother, get out. Easy, straightforward. And then barely 5 minutes after their arrival at the hospital, the wall in their back had been blasted away. The red clouds, familiar by now. She could as well have been a piece of furniture, for they went straight after Gaara. A fucking trap. Of fucking course, because Gaara's brother on the verge of dying just had to be a damn trap. It hadn't even occurred to them. The intel was sound, confirmed by one of Naruto's foxes. Gaara's brother was indeed poisoned, and they were indeed struggling to find a cure. Nothing about the Akatsuki. Because they didn't know? Or was it on purpose? She didn't put it above Suna to try and seize the opportunity to retrieve Gaara. Out of all the villages, they had been the most tenacious by far, compared to Konoha half-assed attempts. Not that Kumo and Taki had been that mellow, but they had different priorities. Then again, Suna was the only one looking both for its Jinhuriki and its Kazekige's son. Karen suspected Gaara's motivation to go to Suna at once had something to do with this too. Maybe he wanted to show them that he was so far beyond their control that he could get in and out without care, that he was truly free from those shackles. Except it had backfired, quite spectacularly. And now he was unconscious and she could only follow, sick with worry. Akiko would have warned the others by now, but would they get there in time? And even if they did, would it be enough? The Akatsuki was no joke. And if Naruto came? Ah, of course he would, that idiot. No way he would stay idle while Gaara was in danger. Neji couldn't come alone anyway. That's what they got for having only Damjin Hierarchy in the team. That would almost make her regret Suijutsu's obsession with running around the hills looking for stupid swords. Almost. She had Suna to worry about too. They would soon catch up, and maybe other villages would join on the fun, once the news spread. It could spread fast. She tried to calculate their position, where they were heading and what they could expect to encounter on the way. No matter how dire the situation, as long as they regrouped with Naruto, as long as they could touch, they would be fine. That was what she needed to focus on. Snatch Gaara back, grab Naruto. His trick being uncovered didn't matter anymore, as long as they could get far away from there. She had promised him they would be home soon, and she never went back on her words. Chapter 4. Well, this is inconvenient, the blonde one said mildly, annoyed but not overly alarmed. Inconvenient was one way to put it, Karen supposed. It wasn't her best move, she could admit that. But they had reached that massive boulder, sealing the entrance to whatever den those men were returning to, and her instinct had screamed at her that if they got in with Gaara, she wouldn't get him out. Not alive, anyway. There was no way she could take either of them on, but surely help was on its way. She just needed to buy some time, she needed to prevent them from going into that cave. Raising barriers was one of Karen's specialties. If she had one thing going for her, it was her bottomless chakra reserves and her skills with barrier seals, the two went hand in hand. Karen could make clones and perform the 4 violet flame formation all on her own. She could also sneak on the Akatsuki men while they were busy unlocking some seals and snatch Gaara from the clay bird. She could trap herself in a kekai with him before they had a chance to stop her. And now she could do nothing else but wait. "Girl, can you please let it go? We're on a bit of a schedule." She thought she had heard his partner call him Deidara. Annoyed and annoying, but not worried. Understandable, she was safe inside the barrier, but also trapped, and she couldn't maintain it forever. It was burning through her chakra reserve fast, a few hours, maybe half a day. That depended on how hard they would try to breach it. Then it would fail and they would kill her. Gaara wasn't going to wake up. She had seen the creepy one stab him with a needle and could only hope it wasn't lethal, since they had gone through the trouble of capturing him alive and surely needed him in that state a little longer. Her only consolation is that they were certainly underestimating how long she could keep it up. But who would reach them first? She was defenseless, the weakest of their underlings could kill her off easily. If it was people from Suna, they would engage in a fight, but they surely wouldn't try to save her, on the contrary. And they would want Gaara back. "I'm going to rip off your skin," the creepy one said. "What was it, Sasori?" The other one rolled his eyes. "Not if I get to her first." "I'm not asking for your opinion." "You're not?" "I'm wounded." It was a bit insulting that they would be so carefree about this situation, but really, they had no reason to worry, unlike her. They started arguing about the most effective way to break her out of the barrier, and the 4-violet flam formation was technically unbreakable, but sustaining their attacks would take its toll on her. Naruto needed to get his ass here fast. They reached the limits of the desert after a few hours. The girl, Matsuri, was quite good at this, leading them through the markers left by the previous teams without hesitation. When the landscape started to change around them, sand to rocks to trees, Heitake Kakashi took over the tracking with several ninkin. The man looked so much like his father, it was uncanny, and it made it difficult for Cho to resist the urge to bury a kunao between his shoulder blades. It wouldn't bring her any comfort, just as killing the White Fang for what he had done to her son and his wife wouldn't have either. She would settle for the satisfaction though. How frustrating, to have heard all those years ago the man had chosen to kill himself, and not, as would have been the courteous thing to do, by surrendering to one of his many enemies. She would have been glad to grant his death wish. Had he no consideration for those who longed to kill him themselves? Had her son not died? They wouldn't be here at all, would they? Sasori would still be in the village. He couldn't bear his parents' death, surely, things would have turned up different, if only. If only what? If only they weren't shinobi? Dying was their prerogative. She was the anomaly, for how old she was, how stubbornly long she had survived. It was a relief to see it drawing to a close. They stumbled upon the first team a few hours out of the desert. 3 Chunin and a Jounin from Suna, bodies torn to pieces or turned purple and distorted by poison. They should have known better than to engage with Sasori, or maybe they didn't learn his tale anymore. One of the Chunin was a puppeteer. She must have known. At least it meant they were on the right track, and the team had put up a decent fight. This would have slowed their targets down. Cho remarked as much and received a teary glare for her words, as Matsuri collected the identification tokens of the 4 dead and set up a mark that would lead others to them, so that their bodies could be brought back to Suna. Cho shrugged it off, unaffected. It was so long since death had any hold on her, hers, or others. This was simply their fate. They found a second team, an hour later. One of the Jounin was still alive, if barely, at least, until the Uchiha boy got to him. They had no time nor chakra to waste on medical ninjutsu, yet waste both they did, until the man was a few steps further away from death door. He had nothing of import to say about the enemy. The kids seemed reluctant, but still they left him there to be found by a rescue team, as they should. She wondered if she used to care like they did. She couldn't imagine, but her memory was doing poorly these days. They took a brief rest hidden among the trees before resuming the chase, the trail leading them along a river to a short cliff, where finally, they came face to face with their opponents, in a rather unexpected position. They were trying to break into a purple kekai, raised square on the water in front of a stone torii and the opening of a large cave, the boulder meant to seal it hovering above their heads. The barrier was held up by a single girl split in 4. Red hair, a flat white mask marked with a red spiral, she fitted the description of Gaara's companion. The boy laid at her feet, unconscious, as a fifth iteration of the girl, probably the original, seemed to work on healing him. The two Akatsuki members wore the black cloak adorned with red clouds of their organization. The young one, she didn't know, and didn't care about. But the other. It was Hirako, without a doubt. Sasori's armor, and it could be no one else than her grandson hiding inside. Did she really hope it would be someone else, an imposter? She did. Sasori had been gone for 10 years, and she had hoped. But was this what he was doing? Colluding with this ragtag band of mercenaries and criminals? His parents would be so ashamed. Oh, how she had failed her family. Some fuckers from Konoha now? We don't have time for this, the young man sighed dramatically. They had disposed easily of the two previous teams that had the misfortune of running into them. They weren't to be taken lightly. Let's get rid of them now, Sasori said, voice rough like he was choking on sand. The girl will tire out soon. Don't tell me what to do. Both men turned their attention fully to their group. Cho was confident she could take on Sasori, but the other would complicate the matter, and she had no idea what those Konoha-nin were worth. We are here to retrieve Gaara, Hatake Kakashi said, voice even. Please, hand him over. But look, we don't have it, the young one said, showing his palms to the heavens. They were split open by two gaping mouths, they blurted two clay hummingbirds that flew toward them at startling speed. Take cover. They had just the time to jump back before the birds exploded in the air, rousing the water around them. The man laughed, wildly pleased. Don't be shy. We're only getting started. Is that the best you can do? Sasori growled, disdainful. He seemed to despise his partner, but it was no use counting on internal dissent. No doubt the two agreed on their goal either way, to kill whoever stood in their path. They had to change the parameters of that fight somehow. The water settled down, but it took them a moment to notice still. The girl was gone. Where the fuck did she go? The man wasn't amused at all anymore. She had dropped the barrier and made a break for it, Gaara in tow. That was admittedly well played. Go after them, you moron. Sasori growled. They had to make a decision now. Go. Leave Sasori to me, Cho ordered, sorting through her storage scroll with careful consideration. She was the only one who stood a chance against him, but he surely had made modifications to his creations. You? Alone. She would have loved to make Sakumo's son swallow back his disrespect, but there was no time to waste. Already the younger one was on the move, and if that girl had hidden in a kekai for so long, she was no match to him. You're an Uchiha, right? Cho asked the medic boy. His eyes were already bright red. Yes. A good one. Yes. She could appreciate the confidence. Stay with me. The others, go. You'll only be a nuisance. The Konoha girl seemed about to protest, but her teacher silenced her. Cho couldn't spare them a thought, she focused on Sasori, in case he would want to stop them from leaving. He did. Hirako's tail darted toward them, inhumanly fast. But not too fast for her. She pushed the boy behind her back, drew a kunai string from her sleeves. It wouldn't touch him, but it didn't need to. He took his tail back to protect from the attack. The rest of the team took the opportunity to flee. Are you defying me, grandmother? I'm sending you to your grave, if you don't repent. He laughed. You two will make fine additions to my collection. He ripped off his cloak. At her side, the boy gasped. Hirako was quite the sight after all. What is this? A puppet. An armor. Puppeteers are vulnerable when they manipulate their weapon, and this his solution. Sasori is inside. We need to force him out. It was different from the last time she had seen it, starting with that massive shield on the back. But the mechanisms were the same, and Sasori was still in the village when he had completed the first version of this puppet. It's Sasuke, right? Yes. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, how good is your aim? He took out a few long senbon from his weapon pouch. His eyes were glowing red and he was perfectly calm and focused, not inclined to ask questions nor voice doubt. As good as it needs to be. Always sure of themselves, those Uchiha. But at least in that particular field, there was hope that it was justified. And your Katon. He assessed the other man, the armor. He frowned. I'm not sure I can break through this, he admitted, though it seemed to cost him. At least he didn't lie. It doesn't need to. Listen, here's what we're gonna do. Sakura wasn't sure who they were chasing exactly. They meant to rescue Gaara, right? And the Akatsuki was their enemy. But the girl. She was running away from both groups. And both were chasing after her. Why were they here then? Suna wanted to take Gaara back. As they should, surely. Was that their mission too? Were they just going to hand him over? For all she had wished for Naruto to be returned to them, she had never imagined for a second someone else just delivering him to their door, bound and beaten, subdued by some strangers. What would they have done of him then? What would they do with Gaara, if he was returned to his village? They kept their distance from the younger member of the Akatsuki, Deidara, but he wasn't paying much attention to them for now, busy, as they were, with tracking the girl. It made sense to avoid engaging in a complicated fight if they could, but still she felt uneasy at the whole situation. She wished she could discuss it with Kakashi, but they still had the Suna-Chunin with them. They had to be careful about what she would report. We should split up, Kakashi said after a while, when it became apparent that the girl, even if she couldn't have gone far, was pretty good at hiding. They stayed concealed by the cover of the trees as above them, the man circled the woods on a flying bird of clay, growing increasingly frustrated at the search. I'm going to deal with him, Kakashi went on, pointing up. I'll keep him busy. You find the girl. How? You've been training at sensing, haven't you? Jiraiya must have told him. She had kept it to herself, because even if she had a natural sensitivity to chakra, she was far from proficient enough to be called a proper sensor. She would have a hard time tracking a complete stranger. Well, she had seen the girl's barrier, had felt the slow, steady current of her chakra. The flavor, yes, if she focused enough, maybe she could point it out. She nodded. Find shelter and try. Matsuri will cover for you. The Suna girl startled at being included in any way. She didn't look much at ease, but she agreed without a word. They split, going deeper into the woods while Kakashi focused on their enemy. A moment later, the air rattled with the sound of an explosion. The fight was on then. There was no time to waste. Sakura selected a large rock that would provide a modicum of cover, and sat at its foot on the forest ground. That Matsuri girl took position too, her back to Sakura so that she could keep an eye on their surroundings. Sakura closed her eyes. She had no spatial awareness or anything that refined, she could only tell that there were beings thrumming with chakra around them. She struggled to see past the black hole that were Kakashi and Deidara's presence. The girl was more subdued, in every way. It was hard to tune in on her faint signature. She found it though. And the weird, fluctuating thing by her side had to be Gaara. Sakura could only come up with a general direction, but she got a feeling that the girl wasn't moving for now. Hiding? Waiting for something, someone? This way, she called, trusting the other one would fall in line. Can you hide your presence? Well, enough, I think. Here was to hoping the girl wasn't too good a sensor herself. It only took a few minutes to find her, in a sheltered clearing where she was kneeling by Gaara's unconscious form, tucked between the roots of a massive tree, so focused on him she didn't notice them right away. Damn it, Gaara, wake up. She had taken off her mask, carelessly discarded in the grass. Sakura recognized her at first glance. Karin, her memory supplied. Karin, the girl she helped during the Chunin exam and who helped her in turn. Why was she here? What did it mean? She didn't think she would get the chance to ask. I recall you were pretty good at healing. In a heartbeat Karin was facing them, a kunai raised to her face, shielding the boy with her own body. Her face was hard and stony, though the intimidating effect was dimmed by her obvious exhaustion. Sakura raised her hands up, placating. We mean no harm, I promise. Really? What do you mean then? Frustratingly enough, Sakura didn't have an answer to that. Karin scoffed. I won't let you take him. That's not up to you, redhead. Again the stances changed in an instant. From facing off Karen, Sakura found herself showing her back to the girl, focusing on the new threat. It was Deidara. I have to thank you, Pink. I'm shit at tracking. You saved me a lot of time. Sakura didn't let her mind ponder, and she didn't ask. The man was here now, whatever the reason. She had a mission. She didn't have time to worry, she didn't need to know. If Kakashi was held back by someone else, or if he was. For now, no one was coming. You're not taking them, she declared, drawing her sword. The man beamed. Kakashi had guessed the Akatsuki would have reinforcement at hand, but this was incomprehensible. The man, Deidara, despite his nonchalant attitude, was very intent on his goal. I'm pissed I won't get to fight you, he'd said, before taking off to chase after the girls. Not without leaving Kakashi with another handful to deal with, of course. He'd summoned them from a scroll. A body scroll, as far as Kakashi could tell, and in a way, they did contain bodies. 2 bodies. 2 people long dead, and yet. Kakashi was facing 2 Jounin from Konoha. They still had their headband, they looked the same as the last time he'd seen them, though it had been years. The only difference was the black of their eyes, their ashen complexion. The fact that they didn't recognize him. Didn't smile, as they would have if they did. Kakashi's way was blocked by 2 of his father's friends. It was taking up all of Sasuke's self-control to surrender to the pulls of the woman's threads, to let her guide his body to dance against their enemies' weapons. The fight had moved to the cave, that had apparently been the Akatsuki's destination. It was vast enough that fighting inside wasn't a problem, but Sasuke was uncomfortable with the enclosed space. He couldn't tell if their enemy had lured them in on purpose or not. He was mostly focusing on relaxing his muscles so as not to go against the move she wanted to impose him. Her mastery was impressive, even more so because he was, in fact, a human being, and not a puppet. The puppeteers of Suna were used to manipulate weapons, inanimate and deadly, to smash them around and sacrifice them if need be. At times he couldn't help but tense up, sure that she would pull too far on his legs and arms, bend them in a way they wouldn't agree with. But she never did, all his moves stayed perfectly within the range of his flexibility. Once he was able to relinquish control, he couldn't help but find it exhilarating. He could never have moved and reacted as fast as she was making him, as she stood outside of the fight and could see the whole picture, where he was in the heart of it. The only moment where she let loose her thread but a tad was when. There. His Sharingan zeroed on the tiny, almost invisible hole drilled into the wood of the armor. Between a move and the next, Sasuke threw a needle, fast and precise, lodging it precisely in the hole. 4 more to go, and they would have loosened the armor enough that a Katon would be able to blow it apart. He had to be careful, or the man would notice. According to the old woman, Sasuke needed to jam the juncture points to put a strain on the various articulations, enough that it would weaken the armor's integrity. He understood why she had been concerned about his aim, being a weakness. The man had been careful to make those building points as small as possible, and regular shinobi wouldn't have been able to spot them, let alone to aim for them. But Sasuke wasn't a regular shinobi. He started to sign even before the last senbon had hit its target, so when the man understood what he had been doing, as the last of the joint came loose, Sasuke was already launching a fireball his way. The armor, already loosened, dislocated under the explosion. Sasuke's eyes followed the silhouette of the man jumping out of the ruins of his puppet to the other side of the cave, as he went back to the old Cho's position. Not bad. But it's going to take a lot more than this, grandmother. He didn't look like what Sasuke expected. But judging by the woman's reaction, she was equally surprised. He looked youthful and harmless, with a childish, pretty face and innocent eyes. Though the look he threw at them was anything but. Hair a bright blood red and skin smooth, flawless, almost unnaturally so. They didn't get to dwell on it though, as the man wiped out another puppet, resembling a middle-aged man with dark hair and fine features, if one excluded the articulations and the soulless eyes. His face looked familiar though. The old woman gasped audibly, shocked. That's... How is that possible? Sasori. It was never solved, was it? The mysterious disappearance of the Sandaime Kaze cage. I should know, I was sent to look for him at the time. Ah. Yeah. Sasuke had seen his picture in the cage record. But you, it was years before you left. All this time, you were already. Oh, grandmother. Did you think it came after, somehow? That I was corrupted by some outside influence? Your faith is touching but foolish, old hag. This is too cage I ended myself. Aren't you proud of me? That guy was awfully annoying. It was almost a relief when he seemed to deem the conversation uninteresting, and launched the cage puppet at them. Almost, because that thing was fast. Cho yanked Sasuke away, put up the severed tail of the armor to shield him. It shattered on impact. That new puppet had quite the strength. And blades dripping poison, of course. The thing spurted out 100 arms, and Sasuke avoided getting impaled solely thanks to the chakra strings moving his body around. The puppet spat poisonous gas at him then, and trapped him with wires before he had a chance to get away, for good measure. But Sasuke used those on the regular, and he had learned his lesson. He managed to cut himself free before the need for air was too much. The old woman pulled him toward her, and protected them both from the next attack with puppets of her own. A man and woman, looking quite tamed compared to the Kaze cage, but who turned out to be Sasori's parents, that he had crafted himself as a child out of grief, after their passing. That was pretty weird, even by shinobi standards, though they could find equally disturbing practices in Konoha. He wisely didn't say a thing. Clearly, this was not his fight. And he couldn't deny it was quite impressive seeing those puppets at work, as they lashed out at each other under their master's command. The tactical advantage was undeniable. As violent as their attacks were, they left the puppeteers unharmed, so long as their creation could withstand the onslaught. It was to the first one to give, the first one to break. We've wasted enough time as it is, the man said, growing impatient. Some thick black powder came pouring out of the puppet's mouth, floating shapeless around them both. Sasuke's mind did a rapid check of what he knew of the Sandaime Kaze cage. The main point was consistent with what he was seeing. Iron sand. But how? How can it use this technique, he asked, curious despite himself, even if now clearly wasn't the time for a lecture. How can it wield chakra? Sasori's creations are unlike any other. They are carved out of a real human body, and they retain their chakra system and accumulated power. This was a terrifying thought. It reminded him of how careful they had to be, in the Uchiha clan, not to let their dead bodies fall into enemies' hands. The quest for power pursued them even in death. The Sandaime Kaze cage was said to be the strongest they ever had, and well respected too. And here was how he had ended up. We need to retreat, old Cho said, wary eyes fixated on her grandson and its nightmarish creation. It is suicide to go against the iron sand in an enclosed space. It can infiltrate everywhere. One contact will render my puppets useless. Being in the cave also limited the ranges of Sasuke's own preferred attacks. Most of his Katon wouldn't spare the old woman or himself here. All right, let's. Of course the man would have the same reasoning. The iron sand was at the entrance before they had even turned on their heels, filling up the narrow opening, effectively trapping them in. You are not going anywhere, grandmother. This was not good. Sakura's disadvantage was undeniable. Ironically enough, while she meant to shield Gaara and Karin from the man's attack, it ended up working the other way around. Only because she stayed close to them did her opponent have to restrain the scale of his explosions. The few times she had wandered far enough from their reach, she was burnt all over, skin tight and pulling. And she couldn't get close to him. Her sword could shield her from the smaller explosion, the ants and spiders crawling all over the mossy ground and falling from the trees. Karin, in her back, had keen eyes, and could spot them better than Sakura could. The Suna girl was focused on making sure none of the ugly clay creatures would snatch Gaara away while they weren't looking, decent enough with her Johyo to keep the creatures at bay. But they were backed up on defense without much leeway to retaliate. All the more frustrating was the cheers of the man. At least one of them was having a great time. But she wasn't entirely without a strategy, even if it wasn't a very refined one. He kept pulling clay from the satchels at his waist, molded by the mouth in his hands, and what was up with that anyway? But she had noticed he was reaching deeper and deeper. He was bound to run out eventually, right? He had to be aware of that too though. Okay, you know what, he said, irritated now. I don't care if I maim the guy a little. Jinhiriki are supposed to heal fast anyway, right? The next sculpture to spurt out of his hand mouths, some sort of flying squirrel, was much bigger than the birds and insects. And the size was the strength of the explosion, right? Shit. It set off after her, a few sidesteps proved that it zeroed on her position. They couldn't withstand such a blast. She dashed to the side, to put the distance, to get away, because Gaara maybe would survive the blast, but the others wouldn't. Karen yelled after her, "Come back here you moron," but Sakura was running out of idea and she had to. She had to what? Protect those people? That wasn't her mission. That wasn't. Ah. But what else could she do? She was far enough, she hoped, when the clay squirrel caught up to her. Shit. Sasuke didn't pack a strong enough punch to counter the huge blocks of dense iron sand that Sasori was throwing at them. Sakura would have, maybe, but Sakura wasn't there. The old woman's puppets were useless, filled with black sand that blocked all their joints and weapons. She had to make do with him, but steel weapons were inefficient against the iron sand, as were fire-based jutsu. Which left? You said it worked with magnetization, right? That's how he's able to control it. Yes. Old Cho would run out of steam soon. I'm going to try something. Sasuke had trained a fair amount with Kakashi during these past 2 years. Mostly out of spite, his father kept making unsubtle comments at the fact that he and Itachi spent all their time at the hospital and were neglecting their combat training. Not an unfounded concern, as Sasuke did have trouble pacing himself and was caught napping in the nurse's break room about 100 times, but he didn't want to give his father the impression that he listened to him. He wasn't as comfortable with lightning release as with fire, and the technique put quite a strain on his chakra system and reserves. But preserving his stamina was useless if he was going to be poisoned or trampled to death anyway. Don't make me dodge the next block. It came fast, but he could sign faster, even such a long combination. Someone ought to work on shortening those sequences though. Chidori. The familiar rush of static exploded in his palm as his chakra thundered like a lightning strike. And as he had hoped, before it could even come into contact with the block, the iron sand suddenly lost its cohesiveness, pouring down unrestrained. Demagnetized. It won't last, the old woman remarked, and he almost snapped back at her, but there was no point. It was the truth, as long as the puppet had its peculiar chakra, it could perform its jutsu again. How many times can you do that again? 4, he lied. If only I could strike that puppet directly. Well. There was always a way. Well, boy, Sasori sneered, displeased but strangely endeared. Let's see how you'll avoid this one. Temari organized the rescue teams tasked with clearing up the streets and assisting the people affected, with instructions to report on the injured and eventual deaths, and to assess the damage with as much precision as possible, so that they could start drawing up plans for compensation and rebuilding. She went to the intensive care unit. She listened to the first reports of the scouts who went after the attackers, some coming back empty-handed, others with precious intel that drew a more and more precise picture of their movements. She went to the intensive care unit. She walked the streets, trying to offer some comfort and reassurance to the wandering citizens, even if they were almost as wary of her as they were of what could befall them again at a moment's notice. She went to the intensive care unit. The light remained on, a glowing red, harsh, and unforgiving. They were still operating on her father. The ninjutsu was too delicate and complicated to allow the slightest disturbance, so she couldn't enter the room, couldn't get an update on what was going on inside. She could only pace the corridor, stare at the door in case she suddenly developed the ability to see through it. They had their best medicnin on it, but she feared that wasn't saying much. Suna was lacking in the medical field, as they were lacking in many other areas, compared to the other hidden villages. Temari was well aware of Suna's position and shortcomings, the weakest of the 5, the least developed and the most vulnerable. It was only thanks to the desert that they had survived despite their weaknesses, but then again, wasn't it also the desert's fault, that they couldn't improve as they wished? No, It was hypocritical to blame it on the land. It wasn't the sand and the sun's fault if they neglected their Medicnin's training program, if their children's education was incomplete, if they had so many people struggling. Temeri had been raised to believe a group was only ever as strong and capable as its leader. Her father was to blame for what had happened. There was no going around it. He knew how dangerous the Akatsuki was. The son in Jiraiya's warning had been quite explicit, and even if he lacked information on some of the members, what he had was enough to get the idea. Arrogance was her father's flaw. Hers too, probably, but she trusted she could fight it, if only so that she wouldn't come to resemble him too much. He had thought they could handle it. He had gambled the village's safety on that assumption. And for what? Gaara wouldn't return to them. What was even the point? Suna had many other issues to be dealt with. The loss of their Jinhuriki was a hard blow, but no harder than a variety of others. Besides, Konoha had lost theirs too, and wasn't there a rumor that the one from Taki had also vanished shortly after Suna's Chunin exam? It wasn't what they should have been focusing on. As much as she wished to see her brother again, it wasn't in the best interest of the village to waste time and resources on the search. But her father, if he had neither the village nor Gaara as his prime motivation, why was he so focused on finding him again? She believed she could venture a guess, but she needed to hear it from him. She needed to hear from him. She needed to talk to her father. He couldn't just. They had never talked. About Gaara, about their mother, about the future of the village. She had so many things to ask him, and to lay on him too, resentment and accusations that had built up over the years like sand slowly rising over the empty ruins of her distant childhood, when she had been happy, for a while. He couldn't leave like this. It wasn't fair. He had no right. He had to fix this mess, he had to talk to her. She had to talk to him. To tell him that she didn't approve, that she thought he was wrong and had thought so many times in the past. She should have said it sooner. She should have said something. And she would. Starting now she wouldn't stay silent anymore, she wouldn't grit her teeth and bear the council's bullshit when she knew they were wrong and half the people around the table thought so too. She would stand up to her father, she would call him out, she would. He had to hear her out. The door opened. The light was still on, out came stumbling a haggard Medicnin, a lithe man with shaved hair and clear eyes. Temeri started walking in order not to betray how she had been standing motionless and spacing out in the middle of the corridor, but she had to change course when the man swayed on her feet. Temeri caught him before he fell. "I'm sorry, it's been." The man trailed off when he looked up, when he recognized who he was talking to. He struggled upward, trying for a bow. "My apologies, Temeri-sama." There was no mistaking the uncertain fear in his voice. Temeri ground her teeth together to rein in on her rising frustration. The Yondaime Kazekage wasn't a cruel or unjust man, he wasn't a tyrant either, he seldom got angry. And yet he inspired fear more than respect, he always had. The people from Suna had a reputation for being austere, but it stemmed mainly from their leadership, who were the sternest of them all. Her father was intransigent and unsmiling, far more generous with critiques than compliment. And of course, he was also the father of the beast. As she was its sister. Temeri didn't have much of a public presence, more focused for now on administrative duties. And yet they all knew her, of her. And as they feared her brother, and her father, so they feared her too. "What is the situation?" she asked in her commander's voice, since that's what she was here, to that man. She didn't miss the grimace, the flicker of doubt as he pondered what the best answer was. But the Medicnin had more of a backbone than it seemed, he was determined when he spoke next, almost challenging. "We did our best. We are maintaining the jutsu until his vital signs improve. If they ever did. But more of us could do more. And maybe." Temeri remembered then, when she had seen him before. She remembered that council meeting, a few months ago. The Medicnin arguing their case, they were understaffed and undertrained, behind on their skills compared to other villages. Especially Konoha of course, who had spared no resources on the matter since the appointment of the Sunin Princess as its go-dame. Remembered the council voting, not unanimously, but still with a comfortable majority, voting that issue not to be a priority. deciding they had other matters to focus on, better use of their funding and focus. Remembered the medic Nin storming out, furious and defeated. She wondered if the man thought this was deserved then. But it was mean-spirited of her to lend him such petty feelings, as it wasn't how these people tended to think. Yet had he been feeling vindictive, he would have been in the right. I see, Tamari answered lamely, hit once again with the full force of how powerless she was in this scenario. She would never become a medicnin, she had no desire to, but had she spoken out back at that meeting, had she had the leverage to sway the council's decision. There were people in this world who could save her father. There were places where they would have had a better chance. But here and now, maybe he would die, and there was nothing to be done about it. The decision was in the past, already set in stone, and the past couldn't be changed, no matter the amount of wishes and regrets. They both turned to footsteps approaching to see Kankuro making his way down the corridor, Baki at his back. Tamari could tell her brother was making a conscious effort to walk steady, even if he still had to be in pain, but there was no use telling him to rest some more. In times like this, she could relate to his need to move, to do something, even inane, even useless. We just heard from some of the scouts. The Konoha-nin engaged with the enemy. Another one of their team should be on the way, and some of ours need assistance. Things were handled here for now, people had their orders and purpose, and the head Jounin could see to any issues that would arise. She was losing her mind staying idle. Let's go. She took a few steps after them before remembering the medic Nin. He was still unsteady on his feet, but he stood to attention when Tamari focused back on him. Please, just, keep doing your best. For a moment she feared she had offended the man, but maybe she sounded as desperate and pleading as she felt, because she only got a firm nod as an answer. That idiot. Reel her back in. Karen yelled to the Suna girl. She didn't know her name and she couldn't care less. The girl hesitated, looking back at Gaara with clear worry on her face. Her devotion was commendable, but if she didn't do what she was told, Karen was going to break her nose. Just do it. I'll take care of it. That idiotic girl and her idiotic sense of duty, no wonder she was Naruto's friend. Sakura dying here was absolutely out of the question, especially now, without Naruto meeting with her again even once. He would never get over it, and Karen wouldn't either, by extension. No one was dying here today, save from that Deidara asshole. Mercifully, the Suna girl obeyed. The rope of her Johio wrapped around Sakura's waist and she pulled as hard as she could, bending the girl in half. Served her right. The clay squirrel flew after her, close, but far enough. Sakura crashed at their feet. Karen signed. No time for clones. Violet Flame's barrier dome. The barrier rose seconds before the bomb detonated. Just a few centimeters away from her face, but with the strength of her shielding to stand between them, the blast shook the ground around them, toppled trees and flung dirt everywhere. They were uprooted from their spot, sent flying a few meters away. But the barrier held, with the four of them safe inside. Karen let it fall as soon as she safely could, exhausted beyond belief. Holding up the dome on her own was more taxing than spreading out the flow between her clones, and she had several hours of that to recover from already. Are you all right? Sakura asked. She had the gall to look concerned. Karen shoved her away. Don't go throwing your life away, you dumbass. You don't get to die, do you hear me? The girl stared, dumbstruck, and Karen felt the urge to punch her. Really, she and Naruto deserved each other. She was ready to bet the third one was just as bad. Why couldn't they think about their own ass for a change? You won't be able to keep that up for long, will you? The man snarled. He wasn't wrong. He put up his two palms in front of him, had them churn out that disgusting clay again, it had to be covered in slob, right? What a freak. The mouths combined, it was going to be a huge one. I have an idea, Sakura said. She stopped there, obviously not about to elaborate. Fine then. She could do her things, see if Karen cared. Damn, she did. But she was also useless here. Sakura planted her sword in the ground behind her. She put her hands behind her back, grabbed one of her wrists, and, as far as Karen could tell, started concentrating chakra in her other palm. Above them, The mass of clay was shaping itself into another squirrel, twice as big as the previous one. "I can shield us again," Karen said, though she wasn't that confident her barrier would be strong enough. Sakura ignored her, putting 2 fingers up in a seal in front of her face, eyes closed in concentration. Whatever she planned on doing, would she be faster than the man's creations? She put a foot against the flat of her sword. She jumped. She jumped, but she also stayed where she was. The man didn't launch his explosive, despite Sakura speeding straight toward it. He couldn't see her, Karen realized suddenly. The genjutsu was rough, but it was enough to trick him, enough that he missed her jumping toward him. Enough to catch him entirely by surprise when she tore through the clay with a jutsu Karen had never seen before, the chakra in her palm dense and spiraling, obliterating the creation. So close to him, he wouldn't risk detonating it. He piled in more clay to stop her track, but even if the jutsu was exhausted when she broke through, she could still punch him in the face. He was sent flying back, the girl hot on his tail to press in her advantage, to make the best of finally being within arm's reach. Her taijutsu was better than his. But he still had his weapons. And he needed only a second to command them. A dozen of clay birds fell from the tree above them. Not toward Sakura, but toward Karen and Gaara, and the Suna girl. And Karen had a few kunao, but she also had terrible aim, and the Suna girl didn't look confident that she could do anything about it either. Sakura was too far away. Karen went to put up her barrier, when she noticed the rat. A fucking clay rat looking up at her with its stupid face, right in front of her feet. She kicked it away with a shriek, and that was enough of a delay. The birds were too close, she wouldn't have time. From above her in the trees came out a swarm of kunao, 1 to each bird, taking them out with deadly precision. They exploded at the other end of the clearing, out of reach. The man used the distraction to get out of the range of Sakura's fists, but he looked supremely annoyed at the new development, that came in the form of another Konoha Kunoichi, who leapt from the tree to land next to Karen. She had dark hair tied into 2 high buns and didn't care to turn around and show her face. Sakura took her briefly in her arms when she regrouped with them, relief clear on her face. "Team guys here to the rescue," the girl said with a laughing voice. Karen hated her already. The iron sand gathered in an ominous mass above their head, before exploding in 100 deadly spears, planting themselves in the ground like the roots of a giant tree. Cho shielded herself with the remnants of her puppets, but the boy. That he hadn't been impaled by one was a short relief. The iron tendrils had cut deeply through his clothes and skin in several places. He collapsed. "You poisoned the iron," Cho said, not bothering phrasing it as a question. Sasori never passed on an occasion to weaponize his arsenal as much as possible: blades, poisons, projectiles, traps, chakra, all piling up on top of the other, his enemies never good enough to avoid all of them. "Don't worry, grandmother, I won't leave him to suffer a painful death." He launched the Sandame's puppet at the boy. Cho was trapped in the iron forest, and could only watch, helpless, the facsimile of the man aiming its deadly blades at the paralyzed kid. The scene was eerily familiar. Asao was always a ruthless man. She wasn't as involved in the Third Shinobi War as she had been in the Second, but she still had numerous occasions to see him in action. That war became infamous for how young the children they sent to it were, years of pointless conflicts decimating the shinobi ranks until they had to pluck them straight out of the academy. She wondered if at some point someone had also hoped that it would maybe deter the enemy, to come face to face with children on the battlefield. It hadn't. Asao wasn't a cruel man, but nor was he an emotional one. Neither belligerent nor passive. He had led them to war because war was raging. He had killed children and seen the children of his village been killed in turn, and hadn't been moved by either. He had looked unsurprised, when Cho had told him it was the last fighting she would ever take part in. Unsurprised and maybe a little wistful, though it could be her own indulgence talking. And then, just as the war had ended, he had suddenly disappeared. Sasori wasn't 20 yet, but had just earned himself his nickname. He too had killed children. He too had been little affected by it. They had kept at it after the war. They had never gone back from sending genin out on high-stakes mission, something that wasn't common when she was a genin herself, and even later. The Second War was a different sort of carnage, with a huge amount of civilians' casualties and a minor country decimated. To each their sin. Expect for her brother and her, so old yet still here, against all logic and reasoning, against common sense. Collecting crimes while the children kept on dying. It was despicable of her, to think it would have improved when she had chosen to turn her back on it. The child didn't die though. He sprung back on his feet just before the puppet was on him. He slammed the same lightning jutsu he had busted out earlier square on its face and blew it to pieces. The iron sand melted away. He was pretty banged up, but he was up on his 2 feet. He trotted obediently to her, green chakra at the tip of his fingers closing the cuts on his arms and legs as he went. "Are you hurt?" he asked. "Shouldn't I be the one asking that?" she countered, since he didn't wait for an answer to heal the bruises on her arm anyway. "Those injuries are minor. But I'm running out of chakra. And I only have 1 dose of antidote left, and it's not effective for long." He was pale from blood loss and chakra exhaustion, yet he said that as if that wasn't akin to issuing their death sentence, shaking the lone dose under her nose. "Teenagers. You made extra. I figured it would come in handy. But there weren't enough herbs to do more." She let the jab pass, if it even was one. She had not missed the pity on his face when he had been led into the greenhouse. But was he wrong? It used to be far more stocked, back when she tended to it, but then. "I am impressed," Sasori said from the other side of the cave. The praise was genuine. He wasn't one to shun talent, and the Uchiha boy had no shortage of it. But Sasori had barely fought, by his standards, while they were both exhausted. And she had no doubt he wasn't done yet. He had moved in front of the entrance of the cave. He was determined to see them die here. "It's been a while since I had to resort to fighting myself, but it's not so bad. I want to show you this, grandmother. You were always the most supportive of my art." She had praised and encouraged him, hoping the passion for his craft would stimulate his shriveling heart, stricken a deathly blow by the death of his parents. She had taught him all she knew, had trained him, because she didn't know how to communicate with him any other way, didn't know how else to show her care. Her son had reproached her this once: being a teacher is not the same as being a parent. He still thought he would do a better job than her then. He had been killed shortly after, so he really couldn't criticize her. She supposed it was a good thing he and his wife weren't here to witness what she was seeing now, Sasori unbuttoning his coat, to reveal why he still had the juvenile face of his youth. Then again, would they be here, had his parents not died? Was it already in him? What had turned him into this? Their death, the war, something wicked he was born with? They would never know. But it felt disingenuous to argue he was simply bad to his core. Sasori had been a good, obedient boy, serious and fair, loving. And now? A human puppet, Suzuki whispered, vaguely disgusted. She could hardly blame him. There was nothing left of Sasori's human body, except the heart shoved in the middle of his wooden chest. Weapons in place of intestines, weapons in place of his arms. The sight brought tears to her eyes, but she chased them away. To hell with sentimentality, it was pointless here. Cho reached inside her weapon pouch. She grabbed the Chikamatsu collection. She had been the one to forbid its use, and then had lied to the village, claiming she had destroyed it. Asao had probably seen straight through it. He had to know she wouldn't have the resolve, that despite what she said she was as weak to power as anyone else. She could justify it with a number of reasons. The fact remained that she had kept the scroll, and worse, she had been carrying it with her all this time. As if she knew, hoped, she would use it again. Shirahige, Shikamatsu's collection of 10. An army of 10 against one enemy, and that wasn't even guaranteed to be enough. Were her fingers nimble enough now to play the 10 of them at the same time? She was so old. As expected from you, grandmother. But you know, I have been to many battlefields. Sasori took out a scroll of his own, and she knew they had lost. Akahiji, performance of 100. The puppets filled the cave, forcing them to back down against one of the walls. They all looked different, of various ages and nationalities. How many had he snatched before they could have a chance to be buried? How many had he killed himself? I am sorry, Uchiha Suzuki. I don't think we can defeat him. The boy frowned, greatly displeased. He still had fight in him, she knew. It wasn't to say they couldn't best Sasori. Maybe they could. But the cost would be too great. At this age, they couldn't imagine they would lose, and die. It had to be fortunate, that he thought this way still, that he believed in the weight of his own fate, as young people did. It didn't change the fact that they were most likely going to die right here and there. She cursed herself for her arrogance, for thinking she could so easily beat Sasori. She had never wanted to admit how strong he was, stronger than her by any measure. She thought her experience would always make up for it, but Sasori had done nothing but hone his skills in the past decade, regardless of the bonds of moral in his own body, and what had she done? He geared the puppets for battle. The earth shook. The earth shook. The earth shook, and the walls, and the stone roof over their head. The earth shook and they raised equally puzzled gaze at the distant noise coming from above, sounding like. The roof exploded inward, raining rocks and dirt on them. Cho and her young ally were relatively safe, close to the wall. Sasori's puppets took most of the hits. When the dust settled, the sun was beaming down on the inside of the cave, largely collapsed on itself, and in the middle of the rumbles stood a strange boy in a bright green jumpsuit and with an even brighter smile on his face. He had an orange Konoha band tied around his waist. "Ladies and gentlemen, Rock Lee has arrived." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Sasuke roll his eyes. They sped through the forest, following the slithering light of Akiko's tails as fast as they could. No fast enough. Naruto took care to lay the Hiraishin Kunao on the way, carefully hidden so that they wouldn't be discovered. This way they would be able to come back easily, but first they had to find the others. Once again he cursed the limited range of the technique and his inability to track the Kunao that he hadn't set up himself. One day, he would make it so that his friends only had to carry one with them to be within his reach no matter the distance. For now, he could only rely on Akiko and her eyes, set on Karen miles and miles ahead. "We're coming," he kept swearing to himself, and her, knowing she couldn't hear him, but would be convinced of it all the same, and that he would not let her down. "We're coming." Chapter 5. There was no doubt possible. Kakashi had grown up with those people. Back when he was a child, before that fateful mission, his father's teammates were always at their house. Sharing meals, napping, training in the backyard. Most didn't have a family of their own. He would only understand much later that his father and he were an exception. After, there had been no more of it, of course. Some had made a nominal effort at reaching out to him, but he was the one to push them away. The world was at fault for what happened, and people were part of the world. He blamed them all, and them especially. By the time he had turned around and decided to shift the blame solely on his father's shoulders, so that he could go back into the world after all, it was too late. They had moved on, or they were dead. They were dead, there was no doubt. He had been to the funerals. Uzuki Miyako, victim of an ambush during a solo mission near the AIM border. And Mabarashi Kyosuke. Suicide. 6 years after. Kakashi was at the funerals, yet he was facing both of them now. They didn't seem to recognize him, he didn't know if he ought to count it as a blessing or not. They didn't seem to recognize much, truly, eyes empty and stubbornly quiet despite his calls. What sort of jutsu could do such a thing? There had been the grave robbing case, a few months back in the cemetery, but no bodies had been taken. That was what made it such a weird but trivial story. The dirt had been moved, some coffins opened, but nothing was missing, nothing taken. Besides, Kyosuke wasn't buried at the shinobi cemetery. Just like Kakashi's father wasn't. They were in a remote corner of the civilian graveyard. He was fairly certain no one had bothered to check it. Katon. Fire bullets. One thing was for sure, they had lost none of their abilities. His reluctance to attack them was starting to put him at a serious disadvantage, but he couldn't he had to understand what was going on here. They weren't being very cooperative though. Both were highly skilled jounin when they were alive, and he couldn't subdue them so easily. A much more troubling issue arose rapidly though, when instead of dodging a Chidori aimed to her chest, Miyako just stood there. She received the full force of the jutsu. Kakashi's arm went all the way through her chest. There was no blood. No scream, no pain, no indication that the woman felt anything whatsoever. She didn't blink an eye, and she didn't waste time taking advantage of their position to try and crush his head between her palms. Once extracted, he watched the hole in her chest close slowly, leaving no trace on her grayish skin. That was going to be a problem. He was not outmatched yet, but he bled and he tired out, unlike his opponents, and more importantly, the distant explosions they could hear coming from deeper into the forest were growing increasingly louder. He needed to get back to his team. Now wasn't the time to get emotional. He centered his will around his left eye. Uchiha Tekka had made him swear he would keep their training and the ability to himself. Both because it was generally kept quiet, and specifically because there were still some among the Uchiha who believed Obito's Sharingan should be returned to his clan. Uchiha Fugaku didn't like Kakashi's possession and use of it, but had always stood by the decision to respect Obito's dying wish, while making it clear they would never support it. As for Tekka, he had never given an explanation as to why he was willing to go behind the clan's back and actively teach him how to use it. It had taken years for Kakashi to open up to him about the evolution of the eye and the strange shape that would swirl in and suck up his chakra. Tekka had not looked surprised. The main Jikyo was still a drain, but he was getting better at handling it. And it was going to be very handy now. He was uncomfortable showing his cards like this, knowing that the two dead shinobi he was fighting had to be controlled by someone, somewhere. But he didn't have much of a choice. Kyosuke was the first one to go. Kakashi's aim was quite bad, but he wasn't after finesse, as long as he could open up a hole close enough, wide enough. The air distorted around the man, sucking up the very space where he stood. In a few seconds, he was entirely gone. And Kakashi was very dizzy. But there was no time for that, as Miyako was on him again, saber ready. He knew her specialty to be Doton, specifically for ambushes and traps, but she was sticking to her saber and he couldn't tell if she couldn't use jutsu in her state, or if she knew it was ill-advised against him and his copying technique. By all account he was more vulnerable to close-range kenjutsu, especially when he didn't have a sword with him. He had a hard time dodging her attacks and focusing on his eye at the same time, until he finally managed to kick her away and turn the main Jikyo to her. She had caught on the first time. She managed to move enough that the hole didn't snatch her entirely. Instead, it cut her body in half, most of her legs disappearing into thin air. As expected, though he would have preferred to be wrong, that didn't stop her either. But it gave him the opening he needed to slap a binding seal on her forehead, hoping it would work against weird reincarnated corpses. It did. She fell inanimate, though her legs kept growing back. Kakashi stumbled, vision swimming. Someone caught him before he crashed on the ground. "Won't you ever let me save you, my friend? I come all the way here to assist you, and look. Your enemies are all disposed of already." Kakashi made no effort to regain balance or take any of his weight off of Guy's grip. The man wouldn't have let him anyway. "Don't worry, you're still gonna have to help me." He didn't have to look at his friend to picture his stupid, bright smile. "Wonderful." Guy lowered him gently on the floor so that he could deal with Miyako's body. He sealed it in a scroll, bringing it to Kakashi so that he could add an extra lock on the binding seal. "Are you with your team?" "Of course. They have gone to help your kids. We should join them." He always said it like this. "Your kids." Guy had been a Jounin instructor for several years, and there was never an outing in the streets of Konoha that wasn't interrupted by one of his former students greeting him enthusiastically. Guy had a kind word and a bright smile ready for all of them. He was constantly invited to weddings and birth celebrations. He had also gone to countless funerals. "Can you get up?" No doubt would the man offer to carry Kakashi on his back if the answer was no. Kakashi nodded. He could be the most stubborn of the two. Guy helped him to his feet, concern showing through his playful jabs. But it was far from the worst state he had seen Kakashi in. He always reacted to it the same, with his steady sympathy and gentle comfort, even when he knew Kakashi had been careless on purpose, even if it had to hurt him too, to see his friend like this. But Guy was incapable of passing judgment. His empathy and understanding extended to everyone and anyone, as did his indulgence and patience. Not that he had ever shied from telling Kakashi how heartbreaking was his lack of self-preservation. Guy had no capacity for emotional manipulation, and that was why it had worked. At the time where Kakashi was unable to care about his own well-being, making it his priority to not hurt his friend any further had no doubt saved his life. Nowadays, Guy was mostly exasperated at his blatant risk-taking tendencies. Because he didn't fear it would lead him to an early grave anymore. Progress, progress. The Suna team ran into them just as they were ready to take off. The Kazekige's children, their instructor, and a few more shinobi. They didn't offer any new insights on the situation, and Kakashi postponed asking after Raza's status. They were urged on by a huge crash, reminiscing of a mountain-scaled Doton. The day was far from over. Sasuke stabbed Lee in the thigh with one of the 2 remaining doses of antidote while the boy was busy standing on a rock and striking a cool pose. Ouch. What was that? The enemy's weapons are poisoned. This will give you 5 minutes of protection, but don't take it as an immunity charm and be careful. Yes. Thank you, Sasuke. The Uchiha rolled his eyes in an over-exaggerated way, but the change in his demeanor was obvious. He was more relaxed now that the other Konoha boy was here, back to his calmer self. Cho wondered if this Rock Lee was that good, or if they were simply good friends. Could be a mix of both, the help was more than welcome either way. There is only one left, so we have to end this quickly, Sasuke said, falling into position by his friend's side. Cho carefully hid the long gash running down her forearm. You rest up. I'll take care of those ugly dolls, the green boy said, cracking his knuckles. Cho was about to put a word in, warn him it wouldn't be so easy, but Sasuke stopped her. Don't bother, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He'll be fine anyway. Here I come, the boy yelled, quite idiotically. It soon appeared that being warned wouldn't help Sasori much. The boy was incredibly fast. At first she thought he used some variation of the body flicker or another space-jumping technique, but he wasn't using any jutsu at all. He was just that fast, body-trained both for speed and strength, as he punched a puppet in the chest and tore it to pieces. It flew apart. Suna's puppets were far from fragile, and Sasori's even less so. Cho was experienced and observant enough to be sure that the boy wasn't using any chakra whatsoever to enhance his body. It was just brute force and nothing else. By her side, Sasuke looked almost proud. Rock Lee quickly tore through most of what remained of Sasori's army as Cho's puppets took care of the rest, and the man didn't manage to nick him once. I like those dolls. Are there more? The boy asked when he came back to their side, knuckles red and breath shortened, but with a delighted smile on his face. He's just like that, Sasuke said as an explanation, to her stricken expression. She was just too old to understand those dumb children. There's just this one left, he claimed, pointing at Sasori. Cool. No, wait. Of course he didn't listen, neither to Sasuke nor Cho. He was on the other side of the ruined cave in a heartbeat, not much impressed by the display of Sasori's body, going as far as grabbing the cable unrolling from his abdomen to throw him around, and at last. One well-placed punch and this puppet, too, dislocated into pieces. The boy turned to them with a thumb up and a bright smile. It won't be enough, she screamed. Already Sasori was reforming, Rock Lee barely avoided his next attack. You have to destroy the core. It had to be the last organic part of Sasori's body. The heart, of what was left of it. He started chasing the boy around. Cho realized too late as they were coming nearer. Sasori changed course, running straight to her. He had the same face. He was so beautiful, he looked almost gentle like this, excited too, like when he wanted to show her one of his projects. She didn't lift a finger. She didn't account for the Uchiha boy. The blade coming for her went through him. Of course he had jumped between them, as stupid teenagers did with no regard for their own lives and the parents they were leaving to mourn. Was it something they were taught in training, to be so universally keen on it? Were they told it was expected of them, to sacrifice themselves, to die for the mission? Was it for the mission though, or was it for her, a desperate, pathetic little old lady he couldn't help but want to protect? Sasori looked a little shocked. Sasuke recovered quicker than him. She realized, impressed, that he was healing himself around the blade, the blood was barely flowing, held in by his will and the green glow of his chakra. Lee. The boy materialized behind Sasori. He punched him straight through the chest. Sasori's core flew out of his chest cavity and hit Sasuke square on the face. Sasori stumbled backward, taking his sword with him. Sasuke fell to the ground, grabbing at the core out of reflex. Lee stepped back, confused. Sasori spotted the core in Sasuke's hands, but he didn't try to get it. On the verge of death, with so few options left, he made his choice. He raised his blade to Cho's face. Finally! Finally! Die! Sasori! The tip of the blade stopped, suspended in the air, a few centimeters away from her face. They both turned to the origin of the voice. Terasa's children standing above them on the split rocks, dumbstruck. There were others too, from Suna and Konoha both, but Cho couldn't look away. They had changed, unlike Sasori. He looked the same as in the memories where they were barely a meter tall, running in his legs and asking to be shown some puppet tricks. Kankuro especially, he had taken up the art because of his cousin. Had tried to turn to her after he was gone, but she had no patience nor will to teach anyone anymore, especially children. They landed by their side, still shocked. Sasori was unnaturally still, his blank, frozen face turned to the kids further than his neck should have permitted. To marry. Kankuro. His tone was almost conversational. Kankuro took a step forward. Sasuke ran a kunai through the core. Just like that, the light went out of Sasori's inhuman eyes. He fell, limp and lifeless, at Cho's feet. Once again, death was stubbornly avoiding her. Once again, she had to survive as her family died. Having a long-range weapon specialist sure changed the tide of the fight. Of course, Tenten was also great at short range. Sakura really wanted to practice Kenjutsu with her, once all of this was over. She wondered when that would be though. She wondered what would have happened by then, when they were back home. What the next few hours would bring. The girl's projectiles made the threat of Deidara's bomb far easier to deal with, to the man's growing rage. Sakura was anxious to finish the fight, fearing he would do something drastic if he lost it entirely. He was running low on clay, having to scrape the bottom of his satchels for the remaining bits. There was no telling what he would do once it was gone. Tenten blocked his path when he tried to flee. He turned around hastily. Straight into Sakura's sword. She slashed the blade down on him, though he managed to jump back and escape the bite of the steel. She saw the satisfaction on his face, of managing to evade her yet again. It lasted but a split second. His arm detached from his body. It was almost comical, the surprise on his face as he failed to understand what was happening. She had kept the chakra extension of her blade purposefully short so that he wouldn't notice, so that he would feel confident about the range he had to avoid. So that she could trick him into thinking he could easily stay out of her reach. You fucking bitch. He flickered away, she kept on his tail, pressing her advantage. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long with such a wound. He dropped to the ground. He manages to scrape off some more clay, but instead of feeding it to the hands in his mouth, he ate it directly. Well, kiddos. You're in for quite the performance. I hope you'll enjoy it. His body started to contort and swell, like shit. Run. She dashed toward the others, but there was no time, it was. The guy freaking exploded. Sakura got a glimpse of the fire and smoke rushing to tear her to piece before her sight was blocked by sand. It's about time you fucking woke up, Gaara. Despite her words, Karen sounded nothing but relieved. Are you okay, Sasuke? Shouldn't I be the one to ask that? Kakashi could barely stand, leaning heavily against Matogai who seemed weirdly smug about that. Sasuke couldn't say he was at the top of his game either. Healing the sword wound had taken out what little chakra he still had and he was shaking with exhaustion and blood loss. He finished checking up on the man. He wasn't hurt, but his chakra was depleted to the point of alarm and his whole chakra system had been shocked, suggesting he had spent most if not all of it in one go. He remained vague about what happened though, claiming they didn't have time for a debrief. He wasn't wrong, Sakura was still out there. They needed to move. He didn't feel like it was his place to speak up though. First, because they were still on Suna's territory and here to assist them, and they were the ones supposed to call the shots. But mostly because Gaara's siblings were obviously going through something and it felt rude to interrupt. For a fleeting moment, Sasuke had thought Temari was going to attack him for dealing Sasori the finishing blow. He didn't know what was the link between them, but since he was Old Cho's grandson and a deserter from their village, it was probable they had known him in their childhood. There was little left of the man now but scattered pieces of machinery and wood and his perfect, blank face. Kankuro set some of the Suna shinobi to collect it all, including the rests of the puppet army. It would take them a while. A massive explosion shook them all out of their indecision. They didn't have the luxury to mourn and lament. They took off toward the forest, the heavy smoke a beacon to both their enemies and their allies. And their target, he supposed. When they finally reached the clearing, the smoke had dispersed, and the scene wasn't what he was expecting at all. There was no trace of the Akatsuki member. There were only Sakura, Tenten and the Suna girl, Matsuri, on one side, and Gaara and the red-haired girl on the other. Gaara was awake, but he looked weak, and the sand dancing around him was sluggish, disarrayed. Poisoned, Sasuke recognized immediately. Most likely the same poison they had been dealing with, courtesy of Sasori. Gaara was still strong enough to shield himself and his companion, but they both stiffened when they saw the newcomers. That would be too much to handle for them. What happened? He asked Sakura once he had joined her. He took her arm, started to work on the burns and blisters littering her skin, the consequences of an explosion coming too close no doubt. Fortunately, the damage wasn't too deep, he still had enough strength to help her. We fought that man, Deidara. But he blew himself up. And now? She looked lost, distressed. She kept darting looks at Gaara and the girl, entrenched on the other side of the clearing. We fought that man. They had no doubt helped each other out against their common enemy. But that didn't mean they were on the same side. And now? Gaara. Temari choked on the name, but when she took a step forward, the Jounin, Baki, stopped her, hand on her shoulder and a warning look on her face. For a second Sasuke thought she was going to tell him off. But she followed his cue. Gaara. You need to come back to Suna with us, the man said. Though he didn't manage to put in quite the conviction that would imply he actually believed in that possibility. The boy was sitting on the ground, maybe too weak to stand, his friend by his side. His expression was very cold. Why? His people had no answer. That poison is lethal, Sasuke stepped in. You won't be able to find a cure in time. Because there is no good medic outside of your village, the girl shot back. It's not so simple. Jinhuriki don't die from this kind of thing, Gaara declared steadily. The Suna shinobi stiffened at hearing it mentioned so casually. You can't be sure, Sasuke insisted, though he had no idea why. Pretending it was in the boy's best interest to go back to Suna was absurd and surely doomed to fail. Don't you have some antidote left? All heads turned to Matsuri, their Suna guide. She reddened and ducked her head, embarrassed, as her superiors glared her down, furious. Gaara's friend scoffed. I wonder what it will take for you to give it to us, she snarled. Gaara. Come back with us, please. We can fix this, I swear. It was painful to hear Temari talk about and to her brother. Her pain was familiar, she wanted him back to her, but whatever she did, it wouldn't happen. Sasuke could almost guess what the boy would say next. I would rather die. He certainly meant it too. There was quite the shift in the air between them, as they slowly came to accept this wouldn't get resolved peacefully. Sand gathered around the two rogue shinobi. If they were ready to die, they were also ready to take their opponents down with them. They all squared up, prepared for a fight, but then, they materialized out of thin air, on a low branch behind Gaara and the girl. Two masked shinobi, with no visible affiliation to any hidden village. But there was no mistake possible. Sasuke could only speculate about the second one and their dark hair, but the first. Naruto, Sakura whispered. It carried in the heavy silence of the clearing. He lifted the mask, always the same, Haku's mask, still engraved with its monster kanji on the forehead, but with a new addition. Under the right eye, another kanji. The number 9. Under the mask, the face was the same, though the hair was a little longer, the skin a little more tanned, the lines a little deeper. The eyes a lot colder, when they landed on them. No one here is dying. Naruto remained motionless as Neji dropped to the ground next to Gaara and Karen, face hard but hands gentle when he fussed over the other boy. Tenten gasped softly when he lifted his mask too, but he didn't spare a glance to his teammates. His forehead was bare. The seal was gone. Are you okay? Naruto asked from above them, voice warmer, full of worry. I'm dead on my feet, but I'll be fine, Karen said, stubborn, despite the injuries Sakura knew she had sustained. He's been poisoned though. I guess Shukaku is battling it for now, but I don't know if it'll be enough. It was probably designed with this in mind. Can you do something about it? Maybe. Her expression told a different story. She was aware there was a chance they couldn't come up with a cure, as Sasuke had said, even if she was too proud to admit it. They can though, she added, pointing a finger to the other shinobi group. She didn't look at them though. Neither did Naruto, as if they weren't even there, as if they were irrelevant. Sakura felt her anger rise. Naruto deigned to turn his attention to them then. She couldn't help but catalogue the changes, the threats. He had a long staff strapped to his back, that could have been bamboo except for the off-white color, as if it had been washed out. A row of scrolls stored in his belt. He was wearing a patterned haori, red shorts, sandals. Still no sense of style. His forehead protector was nowhere to be seen. I don't want to fight you, he declared loudly. The way he talked, the way his companions listened, was he the leader of that little band? Was that what they were seeing? She couldn't imagine Neji, nor Karen for that matter, deferring to him so easily. And yet, here they were. You won't have a choice, Kankuro retorted, heated. The Suna shinobi's focus had shifted. Naruto was an easier target than Gaara in their mind. They could even blame him, she was sure, for their Jinchuriki's departure. By her side, Sasuke tensed up. This could get out of hand really fast. Sakura was quite lost. Who was whose enemy here? Suna and Konoha were decent allies these days, but it's not like they would go to war for each other either. Naruto and Gaara were wanted by their village, but there wasn't a price on their head. They weren't designated as public enemies. Yet, Gaara, his sand, had protected her. Karen too. You don't get to die, the girl had said. Who were they supposed to fight? Why? Let's just get out of here. We can sort this out ourselves, Karen said, looking more nervous by the minutes. Relatable, as Sakura wanted nothing more than for all of this to be over too, without having to go through what it would take to get there. She couldn't take her eyes off Naruto, though he did his best not to look at her. It soon became clear that it was deliberate. He didn't want their gaze to meet. He similarly avoided the others. What would she see, she wondered, if she looked into his eyes? She wanted to yell at him, to grab his head to force his attention on her. What have you been up to? Are you okay? She burned to ask. Did you miss us? We missed you so much. He seemed to be doing fine. Please, Temari said. Give up. You don't stand a chance. Gaara was still mostly out of commission. It was just 3 of them against their whole party, with Karen not much of an offensive weight, and Naruto and Neji's skills transparent enough to the Konoha Nin. They wouldn't all be able to escape. Won't you give it to us? Naruto sounded pleading now. But resigned too, as if he already knew the answer. As if he had so little faith in them and their choice. She realized, mortified, that he was right. It was obvious there was no convincing any of them to surrender themselves and go back where they belonged. It was obvious they would have to fight this out. But she had a hard time believing it. Was it that horrible a prospect, to be brought back to Konoha, that Naruto would rather go to war against them? That he would truly defy both villages and their whole group, when they were clearly outnumbered and when this couldn't end in anything but a horrible disaster? Couldn't he ever give up? Just as the tension was reaching its highest point, just as it was about to break. It did. But not in a way anyone expected. Matsuri, who had been standing in Sasuke's back, took 3 steps forward and threw something at the other group. At first Sakura feared it was an explosive or poison, but Neji caught it in one swift move and held it between his fingers with a puzzlement shared equally by all present. It was the antidote vial. Gaara-sama, run. The scene descended into chaos as she managed to break a smoke bomb before two Tsunechinin tackled her to the ground. Sakura tried not to lose sight of Sasuke. They had to move, they had to protect Naruto. Protect him? From what? From who? Catch him? She didn't know anymore. We need to go after them, a voice yelled from somewhere in the fog. Someone grabbed Sakura's arm, it was Kakashi, dragging Sasuke with him. Let's go. But, the others. We have no friends here for now. She recoiled, but he was right, they had no way of deciphering the true intentions of the people around them, who could turn allies or enemies in a blink. They needed to reach Naruto. She had no idea what they would do when they did, but they had to. Pakun led them on their tail, through the forest and away from the clearing. The ones from Suna would recover from the confusion soon enough. They had to hurry. Kakashi was weakened from his fight, Sakura and Sasuke went ahead, although they weren't in the best form either. But none of them were. The Konohinin managed to catch up just at the edge of the woods. Naruto! Stop! Sakura's voice rang loudly in the still, eerie air of the forest. Naruto froze. His mask was still up. When he turned around, he finally deigned to meet their eyes. What do you want? He asked. Demanding, almost accusing. Karen and Neji were staring too, face set in grim resentment. Gaara was looking at Naruto. Sakura was at a loss for an answer. Sasuke stepped in, eyes glued to their friend's face, hands raised just a little, like he itched to reach out. Are you alright? Judging from his face, that wasn't what Naruto expected to hear, nor anyone else. But of course, that was what Sasuke wanted to know. That was all he cared about. The question always on his mind, the one that had been eating away at him ever since that terrible day when Naruto walked away from them. Neji laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We're leaving, he said firmly, pulling toward him. No. She didn't mean to scream again. Naruto's face hardened. You're just going to disappear like this? You owe us an explanation. I don't owe you anything. She recoiled at the hardness of his tone. There were noises coming from behind her, Team Guy getting closer, she believed. The Sunanin were sure to follow. Let us go. Nothing will happen. You don't have to. Let us go. No. It lasted but a second. Akunao appeared at her feet, atypical, with 3 points. The next moment Naruto materialized in front of Sasuke and her. He slammed his palm against their chest, hard enough to knock the breath out of them. Another heartbeat, he was back by his companion's side. Sakura looked at his hands, the seal, and she knew what he was going to say. Fuinjutsu. Heartbreaker seal. Time froze above their head. Sakura's chest constricted and her throat closed around her breath. Her vision blurred for a moment, so much that she could barely make out the harsh expression on Naruto's face anymore. She remembered perfectly the effect of that seal, but she couldn't process it, couldn't believe. Naruto wouldn't. A few seconds passed, a few more. She still felt like she was dying, but it had more to do with the panic, she realized. Naruto's hand was still up in a seal. By her side, Sasuke stood dumbstruck, arms hanging, but he was still up too. If you make to follow us, Naruto said, threatening, I'll trigger it. Please don't test me. It was too much. It was too hard to believe. Sakura didn't want to. She didn't move, because she was too scared to find out if it was true. If Naruto would really go this far. If this was really where they stood now. She didn't want to believe it, and yet. It was pure instinct. Sasuke made to take a step forward, and she held him back. It was Naruto. It was Naruto. It was him, right here. It was 2 years since the last time they saw each other, since he heard anything from him at all. And he was here, right here. Sasuke looked at him, and his heart ached so fiercely, it could have been the boy's seal at work. By the time Sasuke caught up to what Naruto had said, to the technique he had used, it was clear the seal wasn't acting up. Sasuke barely gave it a thought, Naruto was right here. But when he tried to reach out, to go after him, Sakura stopped him, a firm hand on his shoulder. He didn't understand at first, the hard look on her face, why she tightened her grip when he tried to get away. But when he asked, "What are you doing?" he had figured it out. She didn't answer, she didn't need to. He pulled harder and the hand on his shoulder grew firm enough to hurt. "Sakura! Don't move!" She couldn't be serious. This couldn't be happening. She looked back at Naruto with such resentment, such hurt. But she couldn't seriously believe. "Thank you," Naruto said. He turned away, the others following. It seemed that was the way. He walked in front. He led. They left. They vanished, actually. Here one moment, gone the next. "No. No. Let me go. You can't go after him. He won't hurt me." "You don't know that." He knew. He knew. He had nothing to fear from him, Naruto wouldn't. "How can you say that? How can you think? He has other people to protect now, Sasuke." That gave him a pause. Gaara of the desert, and the girl Karin. Naruto had not been spotted anywhere, by anyone, for 2 years, but he had come all this way for them. To help them, to save them. And Hyuga, it wasn't much of a surprise, but it was still jarring, to see him here, with Naruto, to see that he was part of this. What would Naruto choose? If it came to it, if they were cornered, what would happen? What would they do? "Thank you." Sasuke always ended up doing as Naruto wished, didn't he? But he's right here. It had dulled a little, over time. But it was hitting back full force now. How much Sasuke wanted to see him. To talk to him, to hear his voice and to see his face, to be close to him, to have him near, at eyes and arm's reach. Naruto was so close now. "I know. But he's not. He's not here for us." And oh, how that hurt. Naruto wasn't here for them. Worse, they were a hindrance, they were in his way, and he wouldn't. Would he? Sasuke didn't know anymore. They searched the whole area, to no avail. Temari wanted to tear the whole forest down, but they soon had to face the truth. There was no trace of the group left. They had effectively vanished. "You said he used a 3-pointed kunai, right?" Kakashi asked his students. Sakura nodded. Sasuke seemed out of it, full of rage or despair, it was hard to tell. "It's a space-time ninjutsu," the man explained. "If Naruto does have the ability to use it, they are already far away, and untraceable." "You think it's the Hiraishin?" Old Cho asked. He nodded, and if Temari had no idea what that was, recognition flashed on Baki's face and a few of the older shinobis. "Most likely. Or a variation. There is no point in staying here then. They're gone." Temari wanted to scream. Instead, she stalked toward Matsuri. The girl was kneeling on the ground, hands bound behind her back in a chin and holding a blade to the nape of her neck. Temari grabbed the collar of her shirt, lifted her so that they were face to face. She took vindictive satisfaction in the fear playing on the girl's face, but even now, it was clear she wasn't repentant, nor remorseful. She hadn't acted rashly, she wasn't being manipulated or suffering a brief lapse of judgment. "Why? Why did you do that? Answer me." She had stayed stubbornly silent until now, but she would talk now that Gaara was far away, now that she had reached her goal. Was she a spy, a traitor? But who would she be working for then? She wouldn't meet Temari's eyes. Temari shook her once, just in case she thought about keeping quiet after all. "I repay kindness." Temari scoffed. Getting a path quoted at her face was certainly the last thing she expected. What kindness could that be? "Do you think Gaara-sama to be unkind?" Temari dropped the girl in a blink. Matsuri stumbled and nearly fell over, destabilized by the sudden shove in her still bound hands. Only then did Temari manage to place back the girl in her memories. A survivor from one of the desert tribes, trained like the rest of them as a shinobi, though she had little talent for it. 2 years ago, she was an unpromising genin. She had been assigned as one of Gaara's guards. His room was warded and sealed and no one could enter it any more than he could leave it. The guards were mostly for show, a weak attempt at getting him some contact, however small, with the outside world. Most of them blew off that particular duty. No one cared. Tamari would walk up to the room, when she felt brave enough. When the guards were gone, she even attempted to talk to him, though he rarely answered. When they were still at their post, she turned back before they could spot her. That was where she had seen the girl. Sometimes standing, sometimes seating by the door. Sleeping, a few times. She was one of the guards knocked out when Gaara had fled the village, all of them put to sleep by a seal slapped on their neck. They had been interrogated, but no one had seen anything. Were you in contact with him? Do you know where he went? We just talked. He helped me. He was kind. There was no way she was lying, with her gullible face and wavering voice. He helped me. He was kind. We just talked. We just talked. As if there was anything just about that. As if he hadn't spent those few months in near-complete mutism, withdrawn and unreachable. As if Tamari hadn't tried her hardest to connect to him, and failed miserably. And that girl. Then again, it made sense, didn't it? She was the one to let him go in the end. He had chosen well. What had Tamari done for him? What did she plan to do just then? Bring Gaara back? Put him back in that room? What else could they do? They locked the girl in one of Kankuro's puppets, to be jailed and questioned in the village. She was crying quietly, but she didn't protest nor beg. Tamari had a few memories of her stammering over her words as she was mocked by the rest of her class. They said she was scared of weapons. For a coward, she had shown impressive strength. Far more than Tamari, at any rate. She didn't know what she was hoping for. That he would return to them. But why would he do that? What incentive did he have? What was she offering her little brother that would make him want to come home? Just because it was his place, his role, his fate. A fate he had decided to go against. And since she was part of it, she wondered how much he hated her. Well then, I guess there's no need wasting any more time here, Cho concluded. The fever was rising and all her joints were starting to ache fiercely. It would soon be difficult to move at all, let alone run. Pathetically enough, she wanted to see her brother one last time. You're hurt. Sasuke grabbed her wrist before she could escape his overbearing care. The cut on her forearm was bleeding again, the skin sickly swollen and oozing. He gasped softly, taken aback. That's, what, why didn't you say anything? He drew the attention of the others, of course, exactly what she was trying to avoid. We need to go back now. We need to. You know it is of no use. I don't have as much time as Kankuro had. The poison-soaking Sasori's weapon was far more potent, more concentrated probably. His intent in poisoning Kankuro was to lure Gaara out, it had to be slow-going. No such qualms in combat. She was still up solely because she was regulating her circulation, but it wouldn't last. She was doomed, and they both knew it. Why didn't you ask for the antidote? It would have bought us time, enough to. I figured someone else might need it. I was right, wasn't I? It was kind of ironic, but well-fitting too, that she had foregone the saving cure to the prophet of Raza's youngest child, the sacrificed Jinhuriki of Suna. Even if he was maybe the most deserving of a mercy killing. Or was he? He had gone to follow his own path, he had joined his fate with the Kyuubi's host. She would almost feel regretful, that she wouldn't get to see what would come of it. But she was so tired. Why? Sasuke asked, voice broken. She smiled sadly at him. He couldn't understand, he was so young, so undamaged still. He was ready to throw himself in front of danger, to protect his friends and those he deemed weaker than him, but he knew little of regrets. Of the pain of the living, of longing for some rest, at last. I atone, she said. She had been surprised to hear a path fall from young Matsuri's lips, few were the younger ones who still abide by the old faith. Though she seemed to be native of the desert, and they were still the most fervent, however few of their tribes left. I repay kindness, she had said. And Cho? Cho had to atone. She was responsible for it all. Sasori's decay, her fault. Gaara's life chained to the Ichibai, her fault. The worst of her offenses, for she was well aware her seal mastery wasn't up to the task of sealing the Biju. She had done it anyway. Raza had nothing to pressure her with, she couldn't hide behind that excuse. Why had she agreed then? Why go along? Well, why not? She did not care. He asked, she complied. The challenge was almost exciting, she had no concern for the child, or the future of the village. She was at fault. It was only fair. The trip back was a blur. Baki had to carry her as they crossed the vast expanse of the desert. The sight had always soothed her, unlike the ugly shape of Suna rising above the sand, the long shadows it cast all around it. She wouldn't get to see it again. The old woman died. It was inevitable and there was nothing Sasuke or anyone could do to prevent it. It was still a shock. The others didn't notice right away, except probably the Jounin who was carrying her. Sasuke saw, because Sasuke was a medic, he had seen many people die and dead, and he was monitoring her condition as best as he could while running the desert. It never failed to fascinate him, one moment she was still here, still tethered to this world, among the living. The next, she was gone. There were no warning signs, nothing of note happened. Nothing showed, when the soul left the body, when it went from warm and alive to empty and dead. This process was irreversible, the whole of their knowledge and expertise could do nothing against it. The old woman died. She was now dead. And there was nothing that could be done to undo that. They crossed through the gates of Suna. Sasuke thought about just a few hours ago, when they had gone out, when they couldn't possibly know what was waiting for them. Sasuke knew the future now. He knew what came next. They would fail. One member of the Akatsuki dead, the other presumed so, but old Cho dead too, and the Jinhuriki of Suna still at large, and Naruto. Naruto, closer and further away than he had ever been. They crossed the gate and knew right away that the trials of the day were yet to relent. Sasuke had come with no care for Suna and their trouble, he did his duty, as a shinobi of his village and a medic, but their issues were not his. And yet, Tsunade often told him he was too emotional. She didn't exactly brand it as a bad thing, but he understood why it concerned her. He still remembered vividly the first time they had lost a patient in the operation room, how despite the surgery and the medical jutsu they had kept up for hours, the Chunin's life had still slipped away from their grasp. That terrible feeling of loss, of being utterly powerless, facing the grief of those left behind that they had failed completely. Sasuke didn't know how to be indifferent to any of it. His mother had been worried, his whole family really, and Tsunade too. He recalled it as one of the moments he had missed his friends the most during these 2 years. He had been mad at himself for wishing so much for the comfort and warmth of people that were simply not within reach. So it wasn't that he wanted to care. But he couldn't not. Cho's brother was waiting for them beyond the gate. He didn't look surprised, already grieving even before they confirmed life was gone, that she would never open her eyes again. "You have no time to mourn that old fool," he told Temari and Kankuro, before they rushed to the hospital. The Yondaime Kaze Kage died without ever waking up. It didn't concern Sasuke in any way, yet he felt their pain, the fear and uneasiness that descended on a village deprived of its leader, the confused hurt of mourning someone they didn't exactly know yet cared about in some way. And of course, the depth of the siblings' despair, fresh from seeing the third of them turning their back on them yet again and now losing their only remaining parent. Kankuro looked angry, Temari, stoic, and inscrutable. They debriefed this fiasco of a mission with the Konoha, and then turned around to start making preparations for the funerals. Sasuke and his team could offer no help nor comfort, it would be ill-advised even. They were done here. Temari couldn't tear her eyes away from her father's ashen face. The hour was late, she was exhausted. Just thinking about all that would need to be done in the next few days, weeks, months, made her wish she could fall asleep and never wake up. Yet she couldn't move at all. She ought to be sad, she supposed. All she could feel was rage. How dare he leave this mess for them to sort through, how dare he abandon his village? How dare he leave her like this? She never got to talk to him. She never got to tell him all that weighed on her heart, all she blamed him for. She never had the chance to see if he could repent, if he could be changed, if she could forgive him and if they could reconcile, mend their bond, heal. She would never know. He was gone. She would never talk to him again. Would he have bowed in humility, as Cho had done in her last moments? I atone. Would he have? He was never much taken with the faith, seldom went to the temple. She didn't much either, she didn't know why she thought of it now. Because of Matsuri, probably, locked down in their jail, awaiting her fate. Was she praying now? Was she reciting the hundreds of paths that guided their lives, to comfort herself? She probably knew them all by heart. Tamari could never recall more than a few. There was one sticking to her now though. I let go of the dead, she whispered in the empty parlor, to her father's deaf ears. There would be the old Cho to bury too, and even Sasori, for he was one of them still, despite it all, always would be. She didn't even get to entertain the idea of seeing him again that he was gone too. Maybe it was a blessing. She got up, body stiff and aching from running around for days and then staying still for hours. I let go of the dead. I worship the living. She had work to do. Once the antidote worked its effects, the fog finally lifted from Gaara's mind. He had never felt anything like this, he had never been sick nor hurt, so this weakness, this failure of his body was completely new and quite scary. Shikaka was raging in his corner, outrage covering a growing sense of panic. This wasn't something any of them was accustomed to. But all was fine now. Their friends had come, of course, and all was well. I'm okay now. Let me down. Niji didn't look convinced, but he complied willingly enough. Gaara touched his cheek briefly, soothing, it was telling enough that Niji leaned into it for a second. He had been very worried. Gaara didn't like it, didn't like anything troubling the other boy, but there was little he could do against it. And, even if he would rather Niji's mind to be at peace, it felt warm and sweet, his concern for him. Gaara walked up to Naruto. They had to walk for a while, Naruto had miscalculated the placement of one of his Hiraishin Kunao. It was too far from the next on the line, out of reach. They were far and remote enough that it wasn't much of an issue, but he knew Naruto would still berate himself for it. Karen was walking by his side. She looked angry, but then again, she always did. Whether she was mad at Naruto or not, she still made sure to stay close, a silent support. She nodded at Gaara when he approached and fell back. Naruto startled a little when he saw him, so deep that he was in his own thoughts. Are you all right? Naruto asked, full of concern. He reached out, Gaara took his hand. I am sorry. Naruto shook his head. It's not your fault. I guess we should have known but... We all agreed. Everything is fine. That was far from the truth. You didn't have to do this, Gaara said. He didn't mean to be accusing, but Naruto tended to make it harder than it needed to be for himself, and Gaara didn't know how to break him out of it. Yes, I did. Not like this. Naruto frowned, ready to argue, but the fight left him after only a moment. It's better this way. They had had this discussion many times before. Naruto was afraid of his friends coming after him and the rest of their group. He was afraid for all parties involved, and Gaara knew both hopes battled their place in his heart, the hope that they would give up and stay a safe distance away, and the hope that they would never stop looking for him. They were all still a long way from peace. Will they be able to remove the seal? No. Never. It must have hurt. Not physically, he knew. But it was obvious Naruto's friends had been worried about him. Been waiting for their reunion. Gaara kept going back to Tamari's face in her pleading voice. He had meant what he said, he would never go back. That didn't mean he didn't long for it in some way. A light breeze ran between the trees and rocks. A second later, Akiko materialized at Naruto's feet, slithering up his body to wrap around his neck. She was closest to a spirit than the others of Naruto's foxes, looking more like a snake with fur than a fox. She was also the youngest, and the most attached to Naruto. What news from Suna, Akiko? Naruto asked, running a hand along her body as a greeting. The wind shadow. Dead. Gaara forgot how to breathe. What? Are you sure? Akiko, the head of the village? The Kazekage. Dead. Niji's hand grabbed his arm, Gaara hadn't felt him coming closer. Sand danced around them for a short moment before he could get a hold on his emotions. It still hovered, agitated. His father was dead. It was. He didn't know how to feel. There was no love in his heart that went to his father. There had never been, not even when he still believed he could have worth in the man's eyes. It was never about love. His father was so far removed, Gaara had never come to associate him with a family figure. He had not known what that was at all. And yet, Gaara knew what a father was. He knew Temari and Kankuro had one, more than him anyway. And even if they weren't close either, they had to be very sad right now. What about the village? Gaara knew too little. Was Raza loved? Did it count? He was dead. He would chase Gaara no more. Gaara would never see him again. Naruto gripped his hand tighter. Neji put his other hand on his shoulder. I am okay. This is sad news. He would leave it at that for now. What else, Akiko? The old woman, dead. The red cloud without a body, dead. The red cloud with 3 mouths, alive. Karen winced. Cho's death was unsurprising. Sasori's, less so, but it was good news, though Gaara felt some inexplicable measure of sadness at this too. As for Deidara, it meant he had survived somehow, unfortunately. The scroll people, dead, and not dead. That gave Naruto a pause. What people? What did you see, Akiko? The little fox recoiled slightly at his urgent tone. A man and a woman. Summoned from a scroll. Dead. Not dead. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Karen butted in, irritated. They glared at each other. Naruto wanted confirmation, because he didn't want to draw the most likely conclusion. Karen had no such qualms. I heard the Konoha ones talk about it. Living corpses, has to be. It's not like it's a fucking surprise, she muttered. They were expecting it indeed, to one day find the reanimated corpses in the Akatsuki's ranks. But they had kept hoping it wouldn't happen, except for Karen, who was a dedicated pessimist. Orochimaru is helping out the Akatsuki for sure. This was terrible news. Check the description for the links to the author.